now we need to start working on the payment. So in the payment, so what we need to do, we need to come here before we go to the next part. So let me close this one first. So the thing that we need to do, as you remember in the previous session, we created the models for what? For payment. Okay, so but I didn't explain what we did here. We just created the fields, and also we did what? We did the migration. So now, so here we have what? We have these are the choices that we're gonna use. So we're gonna have the card, we're gonna have the PayPal and insurance, and also what? The wallet. Okay, so these are the status that our payment will be. Either it will be pending, processing, completed, failed, or refunded. Okay, so now also we have the ID. So the ID here we passed what? As the UID field. Okay, so the reason why we didn't use the auto increment, so the first thing that the reason we did that is because that in the auto increment IDs, so for the security, so in auto increment IDs they are very predictable. Okay, so maybe payment one, so attackers can be able to enumerate all the payments. Okay, so and also in the distributed systems, the UIDs work across multiple database without collisions. Okay, so then also we don't have the information leakage where the sequential IDs can reveal transaction volume to our competitors. Okay, so that is it. So that is the main reason that we did that here. Okay, so now the part for the appointment, we get the appointment like that. Okay, so then also we have this part for the amount. So the amount we use what? We use the decimal field. As usual, you should use what? The decimal field. Okay, so when you deal with financial fields. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that is what? So we have the part for what? So we have this part for, where are we? So here we are. So we have the appointment, this one, and also we have what? For the call session. So we have these two. The reason why we have the two is because one of the things that we need to do to put into consideration, it is the flexibility. Okay, so this one will support both the scheduled appointments and also the instant call payments. Okay, so we ensure that it is one-to-one. So this one ensures one payment per appointment. Okay, so or the session. So this one prevents the duplicate charges. Okay, so that is it. Now also we have what? So we can come here in the payment gateway. So in our payment gateway here, so payment gateway response, so this one we use the what? JSON field. So the reason it's for the flexibility, because we'll be using the Stripe. So this one returns, the Stripe returns different response structures, that is the JSON handles them all without what? Schema migrations. Okay, so then we have it is good for audit trail. So when you store the complete gateway responses for debugging and also for disputes. Okay, so and also the no rigid scheme. Okay, so the payment gateways change their APIs, that is so our JSON adapts to that. Okay, so that is it. And then we have the other part. So the card, we should always make sure that you don't store the card information. So what we just need to store is what? The last four. Okay, so that one will be used for the other reasons. Okay, so then we have the other things, so those are just there. Okay, and then we have what? We have this one, so the indexing. So the indexing here, so this one, it's what? So this one, it's because we need fast queries, like when you want to show the pending, maybe we want to get the pending status of what? Pending status of for our user. Okay, so this one will just speed up that one. So and then, so if because we're gonna use the webhooks, so to get the ID here, to search for transaction ID, so without index we're gonna have what? A slow lookups. Okay, which might lead to timeout in our webhooks. Okay, so that is it. And also even for this one it's good for what? For our admin dashboard. So maybe you want to check maybe the failed payment in the past 24 hours. Okay, so that is it. So now also that is the payment. So then the other things is just working with them. So then we have what? here we have the wallet. So the wallet here, so the wallet transaction here. So this one we just have what, so the one that I want to explain is this one, the balance after. So the balance after here, so this one is good for the reason why we have this one. It's for the immutable audit trail. So if the wallet balance gets corrupted, you can rebuild from transactions. Okay, so then from there, for financial regulations, you find that many jurisdictions require transaction level balance snapshots. Okay, so and also for the risk condition protection, so where the concurrent transactions can't corrupt the balance if it stores the state. Okay, so that is it. Now also you have the part forward. So when you come here, you can see that we have the add funds. So then we use what, the transaction atomic. So the transaction, it's good for consistency. So if the creation phase, the balance updates, rolls back. Okay, so we won't have the orphaned money. So either both succeed or both fail. Okay, so never have something like money added but not transaction record. Okay, so that is it. So now after we have done that, we do the same also for that part. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on what, on our payment. So before we work on the payment, the first thing that you need to do, you need to make sure that you do what. So when you come to our terminal, so in our terminal here, so you need to make sure that you install what, Stripe. Okay, so currently mine have installed, but for you to install, gonna say pip install what, install Stripe, like that. Okay, so this one will just install it. So make sure that you have Stripe in your packages. So make sure that you have that one. I already have, so that's why it sits already there. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, so we need to start working on what. So before we work on that part, so now I need to go to the Chrome. So here in the Chrome, for you to get the Stripe payment account, so we just need to do what, we just need to come here in their website. When you search something like Stripe, so you're gonna be able to get that one. So if you don't have an account, you just register. So just register, you can skip all the things, then so that you'll be able to get the testing keys. Okay, the API keys. So make sure that you have the account. So the moment you have the account, you're gonna log in. Okay, so let me first of all sign into my account here. So make sure that you have that account. Okay, so that you'll be able to use the cards and to test them in our application. So let us wait for it to load, and then we'll be able to do what, to open. So mine, it's already logged in. So make sure that you're able to log in and open this page. Okay, so when it loads, so we'll be able to see what, the dashboard that looks like this. So when you come here, so you will realize that you have this the publishable key, API key. This one you can click to copy, and also this one's the secret key. Okay, so make sure that you use the test mode, so the test data. So make sure that you do that, so that you'll be able to do what, to test the payment. So make sure that you have the two, so the publishable key and also the secret key. So now let us come back to our code here. So then after we do that, now we need to do what, we need to first of all to declare those two, and I'm gonna add another one because you'll be using webhooks, so that we'll be able to do what, we'll be able to track those transactions. So we need to come here. So make sure you come here below, and you say what, then you say Stripe. So Stripe secret key. Okay, so secret key, like that. So as usual, you're gonna use the config. So config to get it from what, so you're gonna say Stripe. So you're gonna copy this one, so gonna copy that one, I'm gonna paste it here. And also the default, so the default should start with what, so as usual this one will be sk test. So gonna say sk test, like that. Then it would be what, so it should be like that. That is the secret key. Okay, so that is it. So now also we need to have what, we need to have the we need to have the what, the Stripe, so Stripe publishable, so Stripe publishable, so publishable key, so which you're gonna say config, so config, then you're gonna say what, gonna copy this one, so the publishable key, gonna paste it here, and then we're gonna have a default, so this should start with what, pk, okay, so make sure that you get this one, so gonna say pk test, okay, like that, then you put that one there, so that is it. So then also you need to have the Stripe webhook, because we'll be using webhooks, so which I'm gonna explain later, so webhook secret, like that, then you're gonna say config, so config here, then you're gonna say what, gonna pass the webhook secret, so I'm gonna copy this one, I'm gonna paste it here, and then so this one starts with w, so whsec, okay, so like that, then you're gonna have it like that, okay, so that is it. So now, and before you continue, so now we need to come here to our what, so to our .env, so I'm gonna copy all of these ones like this, then I'm gonna come with them here, so I'm gonna come here and you do what, gonna paste them here. So for the secret key, we just need to go, so let us go to our Chrome here, and then we need to do what, to copy this one, the secret key, okay, just press there and it is copied. So now we need to come to our back to our code here, so then we need to do what, just paste it there, so that is the secret key. So then also we can come back also to our what, so to our Chrome here, so then you do what, so we're gonna copy the publishable key, okay, so we need to come here and you press there, so that one like that, then we need to do what, we need to come and do what, we paste it here, okay, so make sure that it looks like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come to our settings here .py, so I need to have gonna have the payment limits, so we're gonna say payment, so payment what, payment limits, okay, so this one we need to have the payment maximum, so gonna have the minimum, so the minimum amount here will be what, it will be 1.0, like that. Then also we're gonna have what, we're gonna have the payment maximum amount, so payment maximum amount, so maximum amount like this, so this one will be what, just need to have it as a 10,000.00. So then also we're gonna say the payment daily limit, so daily, so payment daily, so payment daily limit transactions, okay, so gonna say transactions, so these ones we're gonna use them in our services, so we're gonna save 50 per day. And then also we need to have the payment, so payment, so payment what, so payment daily, so daily limit amount, so this one we're gonna do what, so we're gonna say 50, okay, we're gonna have it as a 50 like that, so make sure that you do like that, so that is it. So now before we continue, so we need to come back to our Chrome here, and also make sure that you install Stripe CLI, so you can just get it from the what, so you can just come here in the documentation, so in the documentation, so you can come here and you say Stripe, so Stripe CLI, so Stripe CLI install, so make sure that you're able to install it. So if you're using the Mac OS, so we're gonna pass it like that. For Linux, you're gonna use what, so you need to use the apt, if you're using Ubuntu, like that, okay, so make sure that then you do, after doing that, you need to log in with your what, with your account, okay, so make sure that you have the two. So then after doing that, now you'll be able to do what, to be able to test the payment. So make sure that we come back here, and then we need to start working on what, so we need to come to our payment here. So the first thing that we need to do now, we need to start working to create the serializers, okay, As usual, first of all, before we work on anything else, we need to have the serializers. So we're gonna say serializers. So serializers.py. So the first thing, we're gonna have the import. So we're gonna say from decimal. So from decimal, we need to import what? We need to import decimal. So like that. Then we're gonna say from REST framework. From REST framework dot what? Not dot. We're gonna import first of all serializers. So serializers. Then from there, we're gonna say from our models, we need to import our payment first. So we're gonna say payment. Also we need to import the wallet transaction, and also we need to import what? Our user wallet. Okay, so user wallet, like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to create now the first serializer. So we're gonna say class. So we're gonna say class. Then this one will be what? The one that gonna initiate the payment. Okay, so we're gonna say initiate payment. So initiate payment here. So we're gonna say initiate payment serializer, like that. Then we're gonna pass what? Serializers dot what? Our serializers. Okay, so serializer, like that. So now, so the first thing that we need to have here is what? We're gonna start with the appointment ID. So appointment ID is equals to serializers. So then we're gonna say UUID field, like that. And then also we're gonna have what? The payment method. So the one that will be used, the payment method. So the payment method here, gonna say what? Is equals to serializers. So serializers dot what? Choice field. Okay, so the choice field here. So here the choices that we need to have, obviously we're gonna have what? First of all, we're gonna have the card. Also we need to have the PayPal. So even though PayPal we won't implement now, so first of all, we're gonna work with card and also wallet. So we're gonna say wallet, and also even for the insurance, we're gonna leave it like that. So we're gonna work with it, insurance, like that. Okay, so then after doing that, insurance. Okay, so insurance, like that. So then from there, the next thing it is what? Gonna have the PayPal email. So PayPal email, so is equals to what? Serializers. So serializers dot email field. Okay, so dot email field. Then you're gonna say required. So required here, gonna pass it as what? As false, like that. Then you're gonna say allow blank. Okay, so we're gonna say allow blank here, gonna set it to true also. So like that. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to have the what? The insurance provider. So insurance provider, so is equals to what? Our serializers dot what? Character field. So we're gonna say character field here, we're gonna say maximum what? So maximum length. So the maximum length here to be what? Gonna have a 255. And also we're gonna say required. So required here, gonna set it to false. And also we're gonna allow blank. So allow blank here, gonna set it to what? Gonna say allow blank, we're gonna set it to what? To true. Okay, so that one can be blank also. So then from there, we need to have the insurance number. So insurance number. So insurance number here, gonna say what? Gonna say serializers. So what I'm gonna do, I just need to copy this one. So for the insurance, so gonna paste it here, like that. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the one that gonna validate. So the payment. So we're gonna say def validate. So validate here. So we're gonna pass self and also the data that is being passed here. So we're gonna say what? So we're gonna just need to have the payment method, because we're not dealing with the data. So this one will be handled by what? By the Stripe there. Okay, so payment method. So payment method here, gonna say data. So from the data, just need to get the payment. So payment method. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if the payment method is equals to card. Okay, if it is equals to card, so here we need to pass. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do, so for the payment for card, that one we leave it for Stripe to handle. Okay, so else if here, gonna say the payment method, if the payment method here it is equals to PayPal. Okay, so if it is PayPal here, so what we need to do here, we need to say if not if not data. So in the data, if you don't have what, so if you don't have the PayPal email, so PayPal email like that, so then we need to do what, so first of all we need to make sure that we do what, this one should not be like this. So we're gonna, because get is a method here, so we need to do what, we need to make sure that this one is in there, in the brackets there. So the first thing that we're gonna do, so this one we just need to raise the validation error. So validation error like that. So it seems like we didn't import the validation error, so we need to come here and we do what, we're gonna say from REST framework dot what, exceptions, we need to import what, our validation error. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to use it here. So the first thing that we're gonna do, so we need to come here and have the dictionary. So we're gonna say PayPal, so PayPal email, then we're gonna do what, we're gonna say PayPal, so PayPal email is what, required. Okay, like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, the next one is I'm gonna copy this one. So this else if again, so we're gonna copy this one and I'm gonna use it here. So then what we need to do here, if the payment yet is insurance, okay, if it is insurance, and then in the insurance, if the data we don't contain what, the insurance provider, so or not what, if we don't have the data, from the data we don't get what, we don't get the insurance number. So insurance number here, we need to do what, we need to say, so we're gonna remove this one, so we're gonna remove this dictionary here. So then we do what, we just need to say insurance, so insurance provider, so provider and what, and number are required. Okay, so are required like that. So that is it. So now then we need to do what, so let me save that one. Then we need to come here just outside our if statements. So we're gonna do what, we need to return now the data. So that is it. So now we can be able to go to the next what, to the next serializer. Okay, so now the next serializer, it's the payment. Okay, so we're gonna say class payment serializer, so payment serializer, so this one we're gonna say serializers, so serializers dot what, model serializer like that. Then we need to do what, so the first thing that we need to have here is the patient name, so patient name, so here the patient name we're gonna say what, serializers, so serializers dot what, dot character field. Okay, so then here we need to do what, we're gonna say the source, so the source here is equals to what, we're gonna say the patient, so patient dot what, full name. Okay, so we're gonna say patient dot full name there, and also we need to have it as a read only, so read only gonna set it to true. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, I'm gonna copy this one for the patient name, gonna come here and we do what, gonna paste it here. So this one will be what, this one will be the appointment ID, so appointment ID. So then the source here, so the source here will be what, appointment, so appointment then dot what, dot ID like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the class meta, our meta class here. So we're gonna say class meta, so class meta here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the model that we're using here, which is the payment model. Okay, so then we need to declare the fields, so we're gonna say fields, so fields here is equals to what, it will be a list. So here the list, we need to have the, first of all we need to have the ID, also we're gonna have the appointment ID, so appointment ID. So then also we need to have what, we need to have the patient name, so patient name, and please avoid the typos here. So we're gonna say amount, so the amount here, then we're gonna have the payment method, so payment method like that, and also we're gonna have the status like that. Also we need to have what, the transaction ID, transaction ID, like that. Then also we need to have what, also we need to have the card last four. So these are just the fields we have in our what, in our model. So card last four. So then the next thing that we need to have it is what, the card brand. So the card brand, and also we're gonna have what, the refund amount. So refund amount, like that. Then also we need to have what, gonna have the refund, so refund reason, like that. And also we're gonna have the refunded at, so refunded, so we have the refunded at. And also we need to have what, created at, so created at. And also we need to have what, completed at. Okay, so we're gonna say completed at. And then also we need to do what, we have the metadata, so metadata like that. Okay, so let me save this one. So then after doing that, so we need also to have the read only feeds. So we're gonna say read only feeds, so like this. So we're gonna do what, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this one, gonna copy all of this one here, and then we're gonna come with it here. So we're gonna paste it here. So now what we need to be the read only. So this one we're gonna change, we're gonna remove this one first. So the appointment there, also the patient name, we don't want that to be a read only. And also even the amount, and also the what, and also even the payment method. Then from there the status will be there. Then for the transaction ID also, so card last four, also we want it to be a read only. The card brand, the refund amount, and also the refund reason, then refunded at, created at, and completed at. Okay, so those ones we want them to be just read only, like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to do the two representation, that the way we want it to be represented to the what, to our client. So we're gonna say def, gonna say to representation, so to representation, here. So the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna say data is equals to that super, then we call our representation there. So we're gonna say nullable, string, so nullable string fields. Okay, so the nullable string fields. So this one we're gonna have what, so the first one we're gonna have, it is the appointment ID. So appointment ID. So these are the ones that you can send as null. So we're gonna say transaction ID, but they are string, so transaction ID, then from there gonna say what, card last four. Okay, card last four, so last four, like that. Then also you can have what, the card amount, the card brand, so card brand there. Then also you need to have what, the refund reason. Okay, so refund reason, so reason. Okay, so that is it. So let me save this one, and then we need to loop through them. So we're gonna say for field, so for every field in our what, in our nullable string, so for field in what, in nullable, in our nullable string fields, then we're gonna do what, so we're gonna check if the field, so if the field here, in our data, in the data and the data, then you get the field. Okay, so in that field, if it is equals to empty, string there, we just need to do what, we just need to pass it as a none. Okay, so data field, then you pass what, not filter, so data field. So this one you need to make sure that it is what, it is none. Okay, don't need to send it as a what, as an empty string. Then from there you just need to have what, to return the data. So that is it. So like that. So then after we do that, now we can be able to do it. Now we can be able to go to the next serializer. So the next serializer to be what, the one that gonna, the response that we're gonna get after a complete payment. Okay, so we're gonna say complete payment. So complete payment. So complete payment response. So response serializer. So serializer. So here gonna say serializers. So serializers dot what? Serializer. So dot serializer like that. So here we're gonna do what? So this one will be the response for payment initiation. Okay, so we're gonna say payment. So payment here will be what? Our payment serializer. Okay, like that. Then you pass it as a method there. So then from there we need to have the client secret. So this one is good for the one that we're gonna get when you do what? When you do a complete payment. So this one will be used because you're not sending anything from the front end so we don't get the data for what? For our cards. Okay, so this one will be more important when we be getting to confirm those payments. Okay, so we're gonna say character field. So then we're gonna say required. So we're gonna say required here. We're gonna set it to what? We're gonna set it to false, and also allow null. So allow null here, we're gonna set it to true. Okay, so that is it. So now I'm gonna copy this one. So that is the client secret. Now we need to paste it here and also here. Okay, so this one we need to have what? The message. So the message here, then we're gonna pass what? We're gonna remove this one, allow null. So then also we need to have what? So the next one, it is what? The status. So the status here, gonna say status. Then from there we need to do what? So allow null, we're gonna remove it. Okay, so like that. So let me save that one. So now that is the response serializer. Okay, so now we need also to have the serializer for what? For the payment summary. Okay, the summary for payment confirmation. So we're gonna say class payment. So class payment summary. So summary serializer. So then we're gonna say what? Serializers. So serializers dot what? Serializer. Okay, so dot serializer. Then we do like that. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna have it is the appointment ID. Appointment ID. So which will be what? Serializers. So serializers dot what? So serializer dot uuid. So UID field like that. So then also we need to have what? The consultant name. So consultant name is equals to what? Serializers. So serializers dot what? Character field. So character field like that. So then the next one, it is what? We're gonna have the scheduled date. So scheduled what? Date. So this one we're gonna say serializers. So serializers dot what? This is a date field. Okay, so the date field like that. And also the next one, it is what? The scheduled time. So scheduled time. So this one will be what? It will be a character field. So serializers dot character field. So dot character field there. Then we do what? We do like that. So then from there we need to have the consultation fee. So consultation fee is equals to serializers. So serializers dot what? Decimal. So decimal field. Then we're gonna have the maximum digits. So maximum digits here. So we're gonna have a value of what? 10. And also we're gonna say allow null. Okay, so not allow null, we're gonna have the decimal places. So the decimal places here will be 2. Okay, so then from there we're gonna have the payment method. So payment method, so the one that was used. So we're gonna say serializers. So serializers dot what? Character field. So character field here, gonna say required. So required, we're gonna say what? We're gonna set it to false. And also we're gonna allow null. So we're gonna say allow null. So we're gonna set it to true. Okay, so that is it. So then we're gonna do what? So the next thing that we need to have it is for the wallet balance. So wallet balance. So wallet balance like this. So we're gonna say what? Serializers. So serializers dot what? Dot decimal field. So decimal field here. So then we're gonna say maximum digits. So maximum digits here, gonna pass what? We're gonna have a value of 10. And also the decimal places. So the decimal places will be 2. Then required. So required here, gonna set it to false. Okay, so we don't want it to be required. So that is the what? So that is the part for the payment summary. Okay, so then the next one, it is what we need to have the wallet transaction serializer. So we're gonna say class, so class, we're gonna name it wallet transaction, so the one that will be used when you do transaction with what, with the wallet. So we're gonna say serializer, so serializer like this. Then we're gonna say serializers, so serializers dot what, model, so model serializer. Okay, so then from there we need to have the username, so the username of our wallet. So we're gonna say serializers, so serializers dot what, character field, so dot character field here we're gonna say source, so source is equals to what, we're gonna say wallet, so wallet dot user dot what, full name. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then we need to make sure that it is just read only, so read only is equals to what, is equals to true. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the class meta, so the meta class here. So we're gonna have the model, so the model here to be what, our wallet transaction. Okay, so then we need to have the fields, so the fields here to be what, is equals to, so the first one is the ID. Also we're gonna have the username, so the username. So then also we need to have what, the transaction type, so the transaction type. So then also we're gonna say what, amount, so and also we're gonna say a balance after, so balance after, so balance after. Then we can do what, we can have the description, so description like that. And also we're gonna have what, the reference, so reference like that. And also we're gonna have what, created at. Okay, so created at like that. So let us save this one. So then we need to have what, we need to have the read only feeds, so read only, so read only feeds. So this one will be what, will be first of all ID, also balance after, so balance after. So also we need to have what, created at. Okay, so created at like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, just need to come out just below this one. Then we need to have the one that will be responsible for our user wallet. So we're gonna say class, so we're gonna say user wallet, so user wallet serializer, so serializer like this. So then we're gonna pass the serializers, so serializers dot what, dot model, so model serializer. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to do what, we need to have the username, so the username like this. So we're gonna just copy this one, so the one that we're gonna copy here. So then we do what, we replace this one like that. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the recent transactions, so recent transactions. So this one will be what, we're gonna say the wallet, or wallet serializer, transaction serializer. So then we're gonna say source, so source here will be what, gonna say transactions, so transactions. Then from there we need to do what, we need to have the many, so many here gonna set it to true. And then we're gonna say read only, so read only we're gonna set it to true also. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the class meta, so class meta here. So this one will be what, so the first thing that we need, it is the model. So our model here is our what, user wallet. Okay, so user wallet like that. So then we need to have the fields, so the fields here is equals to what, first one we need to have the username, so we're gonna say username like that. And also we're gonna have the balance, so balance like that. Then also we need to have created at, so created at like that. And also we need to have what, updated at, so we're gonna say updated at, so updated at. And also we're gonna have the recent transactions. Okay, so we're gonna say recent, so we're gonna say recent transactions, so recent transactions. Okay, so like that. So then also we need to have the read only feeds, so we're gonna say read only, so read only feeds. So these ones you can do the changes in the what, in our admin. Okay, so this one we're gonna say balance. Okay, so we don't want balance to be editable, so we're gonna say created at, so created at. And also we're gonna say updated at. Okay, so updated at like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, the part for add funds. Okay, so we need to work on that one. Now the next serializer, it's what? It's the serializer that we're gonna use to add funds to our wallet. So the one that will be used for the adding funds. So we're gonna say class. So class add funds serializer. So add funds serializer. So serializer like this. So this one will be serializers. So serializers dot what? Serializer. Okay. So serializer like that. So then, so the first thing that we need to have it is the amount. So the amount here will be what? Serializers. So serializers dot what? Decimal field like that. Then we're gonna have the maximum digits. It is 10, and also we need to have the decimal places. So decimal places 2, and also we're gonna have the minimum value. So the minimum value here to be what? It will be decimal. Okay, so the decimal, the value gonna have what? 1.0 like that. Then from there we need also to have the maximum value. So maximum value here to be what? To be a decimal. So just converting the string to decimal. So then we're gonna put 1000. Okay, so 10,000.00. So that is it. So now the next one that we need to do, so we need to have the payment method. Okay, so the one that is used to pay. So the method, so we're gonna say payment. So payment method is equals to serializers. So serializers dot choice field here. Then the choices that we need to have here, it is what? Just the card and the PayPal. Okay, so and PayPal like that. So then after we have done that, now we need to validate. So def, then we're gonna say validate. So validate like this. So then we're gonna have the self and also the data. So this one we need to check if the payment it is PayPal. So we need to check if you have email. So if the data, the payment method, so the payment method here, if it is equals to PayPal, is equals to PayPal here. So if it is equals to PayPal, so and then now we need to check if we don't have the email. So data dot get. So dot get here we're gonna say what? PayPal email. So we're gonna say PayPal. So PayPal email. Okay, so PayPal email like this. So if you don't get one, that one you need to raise a validation error. So validation error. Then we're gonna say what? So here we're gonna say PayPal. So PayPal email like that. So then we're gonna say what? We're gonna say PayPal. I say PayPal email. So we need to have it like this. So PayPal email is what? Is required. Okay, so like that. So then if we have it, we just need to return that data. Okay, so just come out of there, then we do what? We return the data. So that is the serializer for that, for adding funds. Okay, so then the next one, it is the one that gonna add the wallet funds. So the response that we're gonna get after we add the funds. Okay, so we're gonna say class. So gonna say add wallet. So add wallet funds response. So response serializer. So serializer. But if you are not familiar with the serializers and working with them, so I have this course where I go through every part of the application to build the APIs. So and also we build also the front end. So the Udemy course, it's more than 100 hours, and you'll be able to understand the working of serializers. Okay, so serializers dot serializer. So then after we do that, so this being the response for the wallet funding, so you're gonna say you need to have the message. You're gonna say serializers dot character field there. Then the next one, it is what? So you're gonna have the wallet here. So this one gonna use this user wallet serializer like that. Okay, so the next thing that we have, it is the client secret is equals to serializers dot what? Dot character field. So character field here gonna say required be false. Okay, then also we need to have allow null. So this one gonna set it to true like that. Okay, so then I'm gonna copy this one. So this one I'm gonna copy it like this. Then we do what? then we come here and we paste it here, then we do what, then we say payment intent ID. Okay, so that is it. So now after we do that, now the next one that we need to have it is what, the status. Okay, so the status will be serializers. So I'm gonna just use the same one, so instead of typing all of it, so we're gonna come here and rename it what, status. Okay, so that is it. Now the next one also we need to have another one here, so I'm gonna paste it here. So then this one we're gonna say what, we need to, this one would be the transaction ID. Okay, so transaction ID like that. So then from there, now we have it like that. So let me save it there. So now that is the adding wallet, the response that we're gonna give to the user. Okay, so then from there we need to have the serializer for the refund payment. Okay, so we're gonna say class refund. So the moment we do the refund, so refund payment serializer. Okay, so serializer, then we're gonna say serializers. So serializers dot what, dot serializer. Okay, so dot serializer like that. So then you're gonna have the payment ID. So payment ID is equals to serializers. So serializers dot what, the UUID. Okay, the UID field, then like that. And also the next one, it is the amount that is refunded. So we're gonna say serializers. So serializers dot what, decimal field. Okay, so decimal field, then you're gonna have the maximum digits. So maximum digits will be 10. Also decimal places, so decimal places 2. Then required, so required here gonna set to false like that. Then also we need to have the reason for the refund. Okay, so just need to say serializers. So serializers dot character field, so character field like that. Then maximum length, so maximum length, so maximum length, it will be what, we need to have 500 characters like that. So that is it. So now after we have done that, now we need to start working on our what, on our views. Okay, so we need to come here to our views here and we start working on this one. So the first thing that I need to explain here, so maybe this the first chapter that you have started with, maybe you want to understand the payment, to integrate payment with what, with your application. So all along we have been doing the architecture that we've been following, it is what, service view architecture. Okay, so that is what we're gonna do also here. So our API views, so this module will contain all the API endpoints for payment processing. So each view gonna handle the HTTP request and delegates the business logic to what, to the service. Okay, so the architecture pattern here, it is the view, then the view will handle the HTTP, and then the serializer, so the view will communicate also with the serializer. So the serializer will have the validation, so the validation will be done in our serializers, and then the service, so then after we validate, we go to the service, so that is the business logic, and then we go to the what, to the models. Okay, so the benefits of following that architecture, we have the thin views, only we handle the HTTP concerns there, and also it's easy to test, to mock a service layer like that. Then you can have a reusable logic, so the service methods will be used from multiple places. Okay, then we need also to have the clear separation of concerns, so that's how we achieve it. So the first thing that we do here, always we just have what, the imports. Okay, so we're gonna say from REST framework, we need to import status. Okay, we need to import status there. Then we're gonna say from REST framework, so REST framework dot decorators, so we need to import what, our API view like that. Then we're gonna have the permission classes like that. Okay, so then from REST framework, so REST framework here, then we need to have the what, we need to have the permissions. So we're gonna say from REST framework, we need to import what is authenticated. Okay, so it's authenticated. Then we're gonna say from REST framework, so REST framework, we need to have the response. So the response, we're gonna import the response. Okay, like that. Then from there we need to also to have what, the pagination. So REST framework, from REST framework dot what dot pagination, we need to import our page number pagination. Okay, so then from there we need to have what we need to have from our serializers. So from serializers we need to import these ones. So we're gonna have the complete payment response serializer, gonna have the payment serializer, also we're gonna have the initiate payment serializer, also we're gonna have what the refund payment, and also we're gonna have the wallet transaction serializer, and then we're gonna have what user wallet serializer, also we're gonna have the add funds serializer, and also we're gonna have the payment summary serializer. Okay, so then after we do that, I'm gonna save that one, so it will appear like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to import the models. So from .models, so .models here, we need to import payment. So we're gonna import payment, also we're gonna import the user wallet, so the user wallet, and also gonna have the wallet transaction. Okay, so then from Django.utils, we need to import what we need to import time zone. So we need to import time zone like that. Then also we need to import time delta. So this one gonna get it from the date time. So from date time here we need to import what time delta. Okay, so time delta like that. So then the next one we need to import the logger, so the logging. So then like that. So now we need to define our logger here. So the logger is equals to what is equals to logging. So logging dot what dot get logger. Okay, so then we pass what underscore. So this one the name, so the name like this, like that. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to start working on the first thing that we need to define here. We need to define the pagination or pagination. So this will be the custom pagination for payment list. Okay, so we're gonna have a default of 20 items per page. So this one is good for mobile apps, so 20 items per page. Then we're gonna have the client can request different page size via the page size, then you can do that one. So the maximum that we can have it is 100 items to prevent the performance issues. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, we need to define it here. So we're gonna say class, we're gonna name it pagination, payment pagination. So pagination like that. Then we pass our page number pagination there. So now what we're gonna do here, first of all, we're gonna say the page size. So our page size here is equals to what this one will be 20, and also we're gonna have the page size query param. So this one will be what gonna pass our page size. Okay, so page size like that. So make sure it's size there. Then also we need to have the maximum page size. The maximum page size will be just need to have 100. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to, so this one will be somehow, we're gonna cover it in depth, so make sure that you understand the flow here. Okay, so the first one, it is the one that gonna initiate the payment. So we're gonna say API, so we're gonna say API view. So then we need to pass our HTTP method, so that is post like that. Okay, so then at permissions, so at permission classes, then we do what, so here we need to pass is authenticated. Okay, so then like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the method. So we're gonna say def, so def, then we're gonna name it initiate payment. Okay, so then you're gonna pass the request here, request. So the documentation string that we need to have here, I'm gonna say initiate. So initiate payment for an appointment. Okay, appointment like that. So this is the main payment endpoint. So it will handle the payment methods, that is the card. So this one gonna return the client secret for Stripe SDK. Okay, so the one that Stripe SDK gonna use. And then we're gonna have the wallet which we're gonna process immediately. Then we're gonna have the insurance, which we're gonna submit for verification. So here we're gonna put into consideration some security. So we're gonna have only patients can initiate payments, so not consultants. So user must own the appointment, and the payment limits gonna enforce them here. Okay, so what we're gonna do, so we need to do what we need to, in the request body we're gonna pass the appointment ID, payment method. So that is either the wallet, the insurance, like that. Then also we're gonna have PayPal for future, which we want to implement now. So then we can have the PayPal email, and then for insurance we need to have what, we need to have the insurance provider, so then the insurance number there. So then for card, the response that we're gonna have the payment that will contain the data. So then we're gonna have the client secret, and then we're gonna have the message, so the payment intent created, so complete the payment in app. So then from there, that is the for card, and also status gonna have what requires confirmation. Okay, so then from there, for the response for wallet, we just need to have the payment and the message, then saying what, payment completed successfully. So the flow that we're gonna follow here, the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna validate the user role, so the patient's only. Then we're gonna validate the request data, so for that is the serializer. Then we're gonna have we're gonna now use the service method to do what, to process the complete payment. So then we're gonna return the appropriate response based on the method. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do here, the first thing, we need to enforce the role-based access. Okay, so here it's only the patients can make the payments for appointments. So we're gonna say if in the request, then we're gonna say user dot role. So dot role, it's not equal to what, if it's not equal to patient. So if it is not equal to patient here, we need to do what, we need to return. So we need to return a response. So the response here, we're gonna have a dictionary. So we're gonna say the error. So the error here, do what, we're gonna say only. So we're gonna say only patients. So only patients can do what, can initiate payment. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to have the status. So the status here, so will be what, status dot what, so status dot http, it is 403, which it is what, forbidden. Okay, so then I'm gonna save that one there. So now the next thing, so after we verified is the patient, now we need to validate and sanitize the input data, the one that's gonna come from the client. So we're gonna say serializer. So serializer here is equals to what, we're gonna say initiate payment serializer. So then we're gonna pass the data. So the data is gonna get it from the request. Okay, so the request gonna come with the data, so like that. So the first thing we do it is to do what, to validate. Okay, so we're gonna say if not serializer, so dot is valid. If it is not valid, so what we need to do here, we need to return the response. Okay, so the response, we're gonna say serializers. So serializer dot what, dot errors. Okay, so dot errors here. Then also we need to do what, to have the status, so which should be what, status dot http 400 bad request. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, that is now we need to extract and validate the data. Okay, so first of all, we need to have the appointment ID. So the appointment ID here, let us name it well. So appointment ID here be serializer. So serializer dot what, dot validate. So validated data. So validated data, this one. So we need to get what, we need to get the appointment. So we're gonna say the appointment ID. Okay, so from the validated data. Okay, so then from there, gonna copy this one, and also we're gonna have what, the payment method. So we're gonna say the payment method. So then we're gonna come here and we say what, the payment method, payment. So remember the spelling, because this is how it's gonna come from the front end. So payment method, like that. Okay, so payment method. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to build the payment details based on method. Okay, so the first thing that we can have the payment details as a dictionary. So to initialize it here, so payment details. Okay, so payment details here, we're gonna do what we're gonna do like that. So then after we do that, we need to check if the payment method, so if the payment method here, if it is equals to PayPal, so if it is equals to PayPal, so we need to do what, we need to have the payment details. Okay, so the payment details here, so this dictionary, so we need to have the data here. So the first one, we're gonna have the PayPal, so the PayPal email. Okay, so then we're gonna do what, gonna say serializer, so serializer dot what, validated data, so validated data. So like that, we need to get what, from the validated data we need to get the PayPal. Okay, so the PayPal email. Okay, so that is it. So even though that one you can handle later. So then after we do that, now we need to have the part for what, for the insurance. Okay, so we're gonna say else if, so else if the payment method, so payment method here is equals to what, is equals to insurance. So insurance here, so what we need to do, we need to have the payment details. So payment details here, so the payment details here to be what, we're gonna initialize it here. So the first thing that we need to have it is the insurance number, insurance provider, so insurance provider, like that. Then also we're gonna say what, serializer, so serializer dot what, validated, so validated data, so validated data. Then we're gonna say dot get, so then we're gonna say what, the insurance provider. Okay, insurance provider, so like that. So then after doing that, the next thing that we need to have it is what, we need to have the insurance number. So we're gonna say insurance, so insurance number, so we need to get it, gonna say serializer, so serializer dot what, dot validated data. So from the validated data, we need to do what, to get, so what we need to get here is the insurance number, like that. So that is it. So let me save it. So then after doing that, now we have what, that is the payment for that one. So then from there, if it is what, so if it is the card, we're gonna process it in a different way. So the first thing that we need to do for us to be able to do the processing automatically, we don't want to do it in what, in the, we don't want to do it here in the what, in our views. So what we need to do, we need to delegate that one to the what, to the service layer. Okay, so that logic, we need to move it to the service layer. So we are gonna create a new file here. So we're gonna say services, so services dot py. Okay, so dot py. So to the first one that we need to do it is what, the one that gonna process the complete payment. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do here, we need to have the what, our imports. So we're gonna say from Django, so from django.db, we need to import what, the transaction. Okay, so then from there you're gonna have from Django, so from django.utils, so .utils here, we need to import what, we need to import time zone, so time zone, like that. Then from there you're gonna say from Django, so from django.core cache, we need to import what, we need to import cache, like that. Then we're gonna say what, from our models, so our models here, so we need to import what, our payment, so payment. Then also we need to have the user wallet, and also we're gonna have what, the wallet transaction. Okay, so then from there we're gonna say from dot payment. So what we need to do before we do that one, so we're gonna say from our consultation, so consultations dot what, so dot models, we need to import what, we need to import the appointment. Okay, so the appointment, like that. So then from what, from Desmo, so from Desmo we need to import Desmo, so the one that gonna convert Desmos here. Then we're gonna say from Serializing, so from Serializing we're gonna import what, gonna import the shared what. So make sure that you install Serializing, so which we're gonna do it in the what, so pip install Serializing. Then they're gonna show you how to configure it later. Okay, so then from there gonna say from, so we need to import the UUID, and also we're gonna import what? The logging. So the logging here, then also we need to have what? The logger. So the logger is equals to what? Logging. So logging dot get logger, like that. Then we need to have the name like that. Okay, so that is it. So now, so the first thing that we need to do here is to do it, to create the class for payment. I'm gonna name it payment service. Okay, so payment service. So this one payment service, you can break it twice. The one to handle for just payment from the third party, so, and also from the what? From the wallet. So but I'm gonna put it here. So here it is where the business logic layer for payment processing. So this service layer gonna sit between our API views and the database, so, and also even the payment gateway. Okay, so this one we're gonna handle all the payment business logic, including the payment validation and limits, transaction orchestration, payment method routing. So that is either the card, wallet, insurance, and also we're gonna do the refund processing here. We're gonna have the wallet management here. Okay, so the reason why we use the service layer, we keep the views thin, so views should only handle the HTTP, not business logic. Okay, so then for the reusability, so the same logic can be used from views, task, admin actions, and others. So even for the testability, it is easier to test without the HTTP layer. Also the transaction management, the atomic operations across multiple models. So then also you're gonna have the single responsibility where each method does one thing well. Okay, so here the design pattern that we're gonna follow. So we're gonna put all the methods return. They're gonna return success, data and error. Okay, so that is the tuples. Okay, so the success will be bool, true if the operation succeeded. Then also the data, that is the result object, that is the payment transaction ID, etc, or none. Okay, so then also we're gonna have the error, so that is the string, so the error message if it fails. Okay, so that is it. So then, so first of all, the first thing that we're gonna do here, we're gonna have some payment limits configuration. So this gonna prevent the abuse, and we're gonna comply with the regulations. Okay, so that is it. So what we're gonna do here, we need to say minimum payment. So the minimum payment here, so minimum payment is equals to what? We're gonna convert it to decimal. So this one will be what? Gonna say it will be $1. Okay, so minimum of $1 to cover the processing fee. Okay, so that is it. Then we're gonna have the maximum payment. So maximum payment, so the maximum payment, you're gonna do what? You're gonna say decimal. So decimal here gonna say what? It will be 10,000. Okay, we're gonna put like that, then 0.00. So this one is the maximum per transaction. So but you can adjust based on what you want. Okay, so then from there you're gonna have the maximum. So maximum daily transaction. Okay, so transactions, so is equals to what? So we're gonna have the 50. So this one is to prevent the automated attacks. Okay, so then we're gonna say what? The maximum daily amount. So maximum daily amount, so which it is our decimal. So decimal, then we do what? So here we need to have 50,000. So 50,000 dot what? .00. So that is it. So this is the daily spending limit per user. Okay, so then the first thing that we're gonna do, we need to start working on the methods. So the one that gonna process the complete payment. Okay, the one that will be responsible for all the payments. Okay, so here gonna say at static. So at static here, so at static method here, the first thing that we need to do here, we need to make sure that we use the transaction. So the transaction atomic, so transaction dot atomic like this. So then you're gonna say def, you're gonna say process. So process complete payment. Okay, so complete payment. So this one we're gonna have the appointment, so appointment ID. Also you're gonna have the patient, so the patient user, the payment method, so the payment method, and also you're gonna have the payment details. so payment details. Okay, so payment details like that. Okay, so this one will be the unified payment method. So we are gonna handle all the payment methods in one place with what? With the proper routing. So this one will be the payment flow, okay, by method. So the flow here, so first thing I'm gonna come here. So the flow here will be what? The flow by this method. So what we're gonna do for the card, the first thing that we're gonna do is to create the payment record. Then from there we need to create the Stripe payment intent. Then from there, the next thing that we do from that one, it is to return the client secret to our Flutter application. So then the Flutter gonna collect the card via the Stripe SDK. Then we're gonna use the webhook to confirm and complete the payment. Okay, so for the wallet, what we're gonna do, we need to create the payment record. Then we're gonna validate the wallet balance. Then we're gonna deduct the funds immediately. Then we're gonna mark the payment completed. Then we're gonna return the completed payment. So then also from there, for the insurance, so for the insurance, we just need to create the payment record. Then we're gonna store the insurance details, and then we're gonna mark for manual review. Okay, so then we're gonna return the processing payment. Okay, so the arguments that we are passing here, as you can see, we have the appointment ID, so the ones that we get from the request, so that is the appointment to pay for. So then we're gonna have the patient user, so that is the user, so user making the payment. And also you have what? The payment method, so that one, it's the card or wallet or what? The insurance. Then we have the payment details, so this one is the method specific details. Okay, so that is it. So now, so then we're gonna return a tuple of success, that is a bool payment, that is the payment that we do. Then if there is an error, we pass there. Okay, so we need to do what? So this one we're gonna say, so this one we need to have the documentation string here, and we say what? This one handles all payment what? All payment methods in one place with the proper what? With the proper routing. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So now what we need to do, the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna start with what? First of all, we need to look for the appointment, so to prevent the race conditions. Okay, so we're gonna say, first of all, we're gonna try here. So what we need to do here, the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna say appointment. So we need to get the appointment. So the appointment here, gonna use the appointment, so the appointment, our model. So then we're gonna say objects, so the objects, then we're gonna use the select for update. Okay, so this one locks that table, so that there's no other processing can be done on that. So that's why I use the select for update. Okay, so this one, it's good for that when you don't want to have, maybe another one is doing the same appointment, paying for the same appointment, so we need to lock the one and wait for it to complete. Okay, so then we need to select what? Now to select the related, so then we're gonna have the what? We're gonna say consultant, so consultant underscore user. So then from there we need to get, so what we need to get here is the ID, so the appointment ID. So the appointment ID, also we need to have the patient, so the patient here is our patient user, so our patient user, the one that is being passed. And also we're gonna say status, so the status that we want to check for the appointment, it is the one that is what? So we use underscore in. Okay, so in, so it is simply means that is in what? Pending state. Okay, so and also confirmed. Okay, so we are paying for something that is in that state. So then after doing that, now we can be able to do it. So we have the appointment, so we check that is equal to that appointment ID. And also for the patient, we make sure that it is the patient user, and also we need to make sure that it's in what? In this state. Okay, either one of them. So then from there, so what we need to do, we need to, first of all, so we're gonna have to validate the payment limits. Okay, so that we'll be able to do what? To have the limits, so the ones that can handle the limits. So what I'm gonna do, I need to come just below this one, and so this one method will be used to validate the payment against the rules that we have defined here, these ones. So then and this one is to prevent the fraud. Okay, so we do the fraud prevention limits. Okay, so the reason why we need the limits, so the first thing, it is the fraud prevention, so to limit the damage from the compromised accounts, and also the compliance, some regulations require transaction limits. Okay, and also for business protection, so this one prevent the accidental large charges. Okay, so then from there we need for resource management, so to prevent the system abuse. Okay, so that is it. So the reason why we do like this, so our daily limit will work like this. Okay, so we're gonna use the Django cache, so with the data based keys. Okay, so the key format, we're gonna have the daily payments with the user ID and the date. Okay, so this one gonna reset automatically, so we're gonna reset it automatically at the what, at the midnight, so we're gonna use that one. So then we're gonna have no database queries we're gonna need here. Okay, so that's why we needed to have to use the cache. Okay, so then first of all, we need to check for the what. So the first thing that we need to do it is to have the static method, so static method here. So then we're gonna say def, we're gonna say check what, we're gonna check payment limits, so payment limits, like that. Then we're gonna pass the user and also the amount. Okay, so that is it. So then what we need to do here, it is just first of all gonna check the payment limit. So we're gonna say if, so we need to check the minimum amount, so we're gonna say if amount, so if amount it is less than payment service, from the payment service, this one we need to just get what, our minimum payment. Okay, so our minimum payment, this one. So if it is less than that, we need to return false, and also that is the success. So then also here, from here gonna say minimum, so the error here, so the minimum payment, so payment amount is what, gonna pass our minimum payment here. Okay, so we're gonna say payment service, so payment service dot what, min. Okay, so minimum payment, like that. So that is it. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna still copy this one, so we're gonna handle for what, for the maximum. Okay, so we need to come here, gonna paste this one here. So if the payment it is what, so if it is greater than our maximum, so we're gonna say maximum payment, so maximum payment, so make sure that this one is greater than. So if it is greater than that, so we do what, we say maximum here. So maximum, so maximum payment amount is what, so we're gonna say maximum payment. Okay, so max payment, like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here, so we need to cache the daily transaction limits using the cache, even though later we're gonna use what, Redis, we're gonna set up a Redis later. So then, so here gonna say cache key, so cache key here is equals to what, we're gonna say daily, so we're gonna say daily, so daily what, so we're gonna say daily payments, so daily payments. Then we need to pass the user, so user dot what, dot id, like that. Then we need to have underscore here, we say we're gonna get the time zone. Okay, so time zone dot what, dot now, so dot now. Then we need to do what, we need to get the date. Okay, so that date, so like that. So that is the cache key. So then the daily data, so the daily, so the daily data here is equals to what, it will be the cache, so cache dot what, dot get. Okay, so what we need to get is our cache key, so our cache key here, and then we need to count. Okay, so we're gonna say count, so by default we have 0. Then from there we need to have what, amount, so amount here it will be what, it will be decimal, so decimal, we convert our string to decimal, so 0.00. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here, we need to check the transaction count limit. Okay, so we're gonna say if the daily, if our daily data, so here we get what, we get the count. So from the count here, so if it is greater than or equal to our payment service, so our payment service here, so then we're gonna say maximum. So if it exceeds our maximum daily transactions, we do what, we need to return false. Okay, so we return false here. Then also we need to do what? Gonna say daily. So daily transaction. So daily transaction limit reached. Okay, so like that. So then from there we need to, so that one was what? The maximum daily transactions. Okay, so we're gonna copy this one. So then we need to check the amount limit. Okay, so that one was the count. So we're gonna come here. So in our data we need to get the amount. So if the payment exceeds what? So if it is greater than, so then we need to make sure that we add what? So first of all we need to add the amount here. So we add that amount. So if it is greater than the payment service dot what? Maximum daily. So maximum daily transactions. So amount there. So then we're gonna return first, then we're gonna return the daily payment. So we're gonna say daily payment limit reached. Okay, so that is it. So now after doing that, if it passes the above, we just need to do what? We need to return, true. So it succeeds and none. Okay, so that is it. So now after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to use it in our method. So what we're gonna do, so we need to come here. So now we have that data. So we have the appointment, we have the, now we need to pass them to the what? To our that method for checking the payment limit. So we're gonna say allowed. So this one gonna have the allowed. If it is true or false, then we're gonna say limit error. So limit error if it has that error. So we're gonna say payment service. So payment service dot check what? So we're gonna say check payment limits. Okay, so then we're gonna say the patient user. So that is the user we're gonna pass here. So the patient user, also you need to have what? The appointment. So the appointment dot what? Consultation fee. Okay, so consultation fee, like that. So that is it. So then we're gonna check if it is allowed. So if not allowed, so if it is not allowed, if it is false, we just need to return false, and also we're gonna return none, and also we're gonna have the limit or limit error that we're gonna get. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to, if it qualifies for that one, now we need to check for existing payment. Okay, we don't want to do multiple payments at the same time. So we're gonna say if has attribute. So if it has attribute here, we need to do what? We need to get the appointment first. So in this appointment, so if you have the attribute payment, so if you have this one payment, we have this one paid. So we don't want to make sure that we pay this one in the same time. Okay, so we're gonna say appointment. So existing appointment dot what? Payment. So dot payment here. So we need to do what? We need to check. Okay, so first of all we need to check if the payment, so we're gonna say if the existing, so if the existing here, so existing, if the existing dot what? Dot status. So if it is in what? So we're gonna say if it is in one of these completed. Okay, or if it is in what? Processing. So we don't want to make sure that we book these ones. So then we need to return. So this one should be what? So this one should be column there. Then we need to return false, and also we're gonna say existing, and also we need to do what? We need to say payment. Gonna say payment already what? Already exists. Okay, so like that. So then after we do that, if existing, if it is not in those status, you just need to delete it, so that we're gonna be able to create the new one. Okay, so if it is not in that one, we just need to delete that one. So then after we do that, now we can be able to do what? To create a new payment record. Okay, so we're gonna say payment. So our payment here is equals to, we're gonna say payment, we need to create it. So payment dot what? Dot objects. So dot objects here, then we need to create. Okay, so we're gonna create. So the create here, the appointment. So the appointment is equals to what? Is equals to our appointment. So we're gonna say the appointment there, then the patient. So the patient here is equals to what? Patient user. so the patient user, like that. Then also you need to have the amount. So the amount is what, the one that we're gonna get. So the appointment, what, appointment dot the consultation fee. Okay, so the appointment, then consultation, not notes, fee. Okay, so the consultation fee, like that. So then from there, the next one, it is what, so the next thing that we need to have, it is the payment method. So payment method, so payment method here to be what, we're gonna say we're gonna pass our payment, so the payment method that is used. And also the status here, we're gonna initialize it as a what, as a pending first, like that. So then from there we need to have the metadata. So the metadata, so metadata here to be what, our payment details. So the payment details, or we're gonna just have an empty dictionary there. So then after we do that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to route by payment method. So we're gonna have different parts that gonna handle every part of it. Okay, so we're gonna say route by what, by payment method. So payment method, like that. So the first one, we need to handle the card, which we're gonna interact with what. So for card, we're gonna say if payment, so if payment method, so if payment method here is equals to what, is equals to card, if it is a card here. So the first thing that we're gonna do, we need to create what, we need to create the payment intent for client side completion. Okay, so what we're gonna do, so the first thing that we're gonna do, we need to create a gateway that will be responsible for what, for interacting with the what, with the Stripe. So we don't want to put that code in the what, in our service. Okay, so here we're gonna say what, so this one we're gonna name it payment gateway. So payment gateway dot what, dot py. So the first thing that we're gonna do, because we'll be using Stripe, so we need to import Stripe and make sure that you have what, added it in your packages. Then from Django, so from Django dot what, dot conf, then you need to import what, settings. Okay, so then from there you're gonna say from Desmo. So from Desmo here, so from Desmo you need to import what, so you need to import Desmo, like that. Then we're gonna import logging, so import logging here. And also from there we need to have the logger. So we need to come here and we do what, we do the logger. So the logger here we're gonna say what, logging. So logging dot what, get logger, like that. Then we need to have underscore, then the name, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now, so we need first of all to initiate the Stripe with our Stripe secret key. Okay, so which we're gonna come from the what, from the Django settings. So this one must be done before any Stripe API calls. Okay, so remember we created that one in the previous session. Okay, so we're gonna say Stripe, so Stripe API key, so API key here. So we're gonna say API key, so this one. So we need to do what, we're gonna get it from the settings. So settings dot what, dot, we have the Stripe, so Stripe secret key. So remember we created this one, so like that. So then if you don't have one there, you need to go to your API, so to your Stripe account, and then you get the what, the Stripe secret key there. Okay, so and make sure that you're using the test one. So we're gonna say class. So the class here, the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna declare here, it is a Stripe what, gateway. Okay, so we need to name it like this. So this one will be the Stripe payment gateway integration. Okay, so this class gonna provide the centralized interface for all Stripe payment operations. Okay, so this one will act as a wrapper around the Stripe API. So we're gonna handle the different methods like payment processing, that is for the payment intents, payment methods, that is the cards, then customer management, refunds, so error handling with what, standard responses. So the reason why I use this pattern is because of the separation of what, concerns. So we keep the payment logic isolated. So and also it's good for easier testing. So you can be able to mock this gateway in test. Okay, so then for the consistent error handling across all payment operations. Okay, then we're gonna have also, the reason it's because you need to have a single place to update if the Stripe API changes. Okay, so here the all methods that we're gonna have here gonna return a tuple, that is the result object and also the error message. Okay, on success you're gonna have the Stripe object and none, on failure you're gonna have none and also the error message. So the first one that we're gonna do, it is our what, the intent. Okay, so we're gonna say static method like that one. So we're gonna say what, so we're gonna say def, then we're gonna say create payment intent like that. We're gonna have the amount, so the amount, then we're gonna have the currency, so the currency here we're gonna pass what, USD like that. Then from there we need to have the metadata, so metadata by default we're gonna have a none. Okay, so this one gonna create the payment intent for, gonna create a Stripe payment intent for secure payment collection. Okay, so the payment intent is the Stripe's recommended way to handle the payments because it supports strong customer authentication, that is the SCA, for the EU, the European Union regulations, also handles the 3D secure automatically and also allows the payment to be confirmed. So that is the client side with the Stripe SDK. So, and also it helps in what, to track the payment life cycle, that is pending, processing, succeeded, like that. So the flow that we're gonna have in our application is that we need the backend. So the backend gonna create the payment intent with the amount. Okay, so then we're gonna return a client secret to Flutter app. So then the Flutter will collect the card's details securely via the Stripe SDK. Then the Stripe processes the payment and sends the what, we're gonna use the webhook so that we're gonna be able to know that it has succeeded. Okay, so that is what we need to do, or it has failed. So then from there, so we need to do what, we need to, so first of all we need to have the documentation string here. So we're gonna say what, so we need to say that create what, so this one gonna create a Stripe what, so we're gonna say a Stripe, so Stripe payment, so payment intent for what, for secure payment collection. Okay, for secure payment collection, so payment collection like that. So then from there, what we need to do here, it is what, first of all we need to try. So we're gonna put it in our try. So we're gonna say what, so first of all we're gonna convert the amount, so we convert the dollars to cents. So that is because the Stripe requires integer amounts in the smallest currency unit. Okay, so for example if you have $50, so we need to have what, the 5,000 cents. Okay, so we're gonna say amount, so amount cents, so we're gonna say amount cents here is equals to what, integer. So we're gonna say decimal, so we need to convert our amount to decimal there. Then we need to do what, amount like that. Then we need to multiply by what, 100, so just convert it to cents there. So then we need to create the payment intent. So we're gonna say payment intent, so payment intent is equals to what, we're gonna get it from our Stripe, so Stripe this one. Then we're gonna say what, we have the payment intent. Okay, so then we need to have what, create. Okay, so we need to say create, so create there. Then we're gonna have what, so what you need to have here, it is the amount, so the amount here in our payment intent. So we're gonna say the amount in what, so the one that we have converted, amount cents there. And also we're gonna have the currency, so the currency here gonna pass the currency that is passed, gonna say currency like that. Then we're gonna have the metadata, so metadata, so we're gonna pass our metadata, so metadata, or can just pass what, an empty dictionary there. Then we're gonna enable the automatic payment methods, so this one, so the Stripe handles the card, wallet and others. Okay, so we're gonna say automatic, so automatic payment methods. So this one we're gonna do what, we're gonna make sure that it is enabled. Okay, so we're gonna say enabled, so enabled like this. We're gonna set it to true. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do after we have done that, we need to return. Okay, you can be able to log if you want, so just say logger.info, then you pass the information. So then we need to return the payment intent, so payment intent so which is a good practice to be able to log us, so that we be able to do it for auditing and others. Okay, so then after we try, if it fails, so we need to handle the different errors that can occur. So the first one is what? The Stripe. So the Stripe dot what? Card error. So if you have what? The card error, so this one, so we're gonna make sure it's as E. So then we need to return, so just return none. Also in this place, it's a good place to log that one. So then you're gonna see dot user what? So user message, like that. So that is it. So but if it is not the card error, so we're gonna say except. So if it is an invalid request error, so we're gonna say Stripe. So dot invalid what? Invalid request error. So we're gonna make sure Z. So then we need to do what? We need to return none. So and also we're gonna do what? We're gonna say invalid. So invalid payment request. Payment request. Okay, so that is it. Then from there, if it is the issue with the authentication, so we're gonna say except. So except exception. So except exception. So except exception as what? As E, not as E. So first of all, we need to handle the authentication. Okay, so we're gonna say Stripe dot authentication error. So authentication error. So authentication error as what? As E. So as E, like this. Then we need to do what? We need to come here, we need to return none. Okay, and also we're gonna say payment. I'm gonna say payment gateway. So payment gateway authentication failed, or then authentication. So authentication failed, like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, if it is not among those one, we just need to catch it also. So we're gonna say exception. So we're gonna say exception as what? As E. So then we need to do what? We need to return none, and then we need to do what? We're gonna say payment. Gonna say payment. So payment processing failed. Okay, processing failed, like that. So that is the method for what? For creating the payment intent. So be sure that we'll be coming to this file, so that we'll be able to do what? To do multiple things here for handling what? Our payment with the what? With the card. Okay, so that is what we're gonna do. So the first thing that we do when creating the payment intent, you can either get the payment intent or you get the error. Okay, so we need to do what? We're gonna say payment intent. So payment intent. So we're gonna say what? So in payment intent, then you're gonna have maybe an error. So then, so we're gonna say Stripe. So StripeGateway. So we need to import it. So just need to come here. And you say what? Gonna say from dot payment gateway, we need to import our what? Our StripeGateway. Okay, so that is it. So now, so here we need to use it. So we're gonna say Stripe. So StripeGateway. So StripeGateway dot what? Dot create. So the create payment intent. So then we're gonna do what? So the amount, we're gonna pass the what? Our payment. So from the payment we pass what? The amount. We get the amount, not we pass. So then from there we need to have the metadata. So metadata. So this one will be what? So this one we're gonna come here and we say the payment ID. So payment ID. So we're gonna say what? String of what? Our payment. Our payment. So the one that we created, then we need to make sure that we have the payment ID from it. Then also we need to have what? The appointment ID. So appointment ID. Okay, so then we need to do what? When I say string of that one, so appointment ID. Okay, so appointment ID, appointment dot what? ID, like that. So then the next thing it is what? The patient ID. So patient ID. So this one you need to make sure it has string. Then we do what? We say patient user. So patient user, like this. So patient user, then we're gonna get the ID. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to check if we got an error or not. Okay, so here we need to do what? We're gonna say if error, if we have an error. So still in our payment method for card. So if the error here, if we have that error, so we need to do what? So we're gonna say payment. We need to delete that one. Okay, so payment dot what? Delete. like that. So we delete it, and also we need to return. So we need to return false, and also we're gonna have none and error. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to store the, if it succeeds, we need to store the what. So we're gonna say, we're gonna store the payment intent details. Okay, so we're gonna save, the first thing that we're gonna save, payment. So in the payment, we need to get the transaction ID. So the transaction ID, so this one we're gonna say what, transaction ID is equals to what, is equals to payment intent. So payment intent, so we're gonna get it from there. So we're gonna say what, dot ID. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, we need to update the payment status. So we're gonna say payment status, so payment dot status is equals to what, is equals to processing. Okay, so processing, like that. So this one will be waiting for the client confirmation. So then from there, we need to have the payment gateway response. Okay, so when you come to our models, so we had what, so our payment here. So remember that we had all these things. Okay, so we need now to have this one. So the one, so the ones that I'm calling, I'm just calling these ones. So make sure that you understand up to this point. We have the transaction ID, so to assign them, so that we'll be able to update the models in the dashboard. Okay, in the what do we call it, in our database. So then after we have done that, now we need to say payment, our payment what, so our payment, so payment dot what, payment gateway. Okay, so payment gateway response is equals to what, so the payment gateway response here, gonna say the payment what, first of all, gonna have the payment, so the payment intent ID. Okay, so the payment intent ID here, so we do what, so here we need to assign it from the payment intent. So payment intent, so payment intent dot what, ID. Also you need to have the status. So the status here, it will be what, it will be, gonna say payment, so payment intent, so payment intent dot what, dot status. Okay, so like that. Then we're gonna have the client, so the client what, so the client secret, so client secret here, we're gonna do what, we're gonna say payment, so payment intent dot what, dot client secret. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So make sure that you have it like that one. So then from there, the next thing that we'll be able to do, and before we continue, so before that, so that we'll be able to save them and be able to see what we in our organized way. So we need to try. So if our try fails, we need to accept that exception. So we're gonna say accept exception, so accept exception as what, as E. So here we need to return, so we need to return false, so false. Then we're gonna have none, and also the string of that exception. Okay, so as you might notice that I'm not creating what, I'm not using the logger. So let me first of all save that one, so that we'll be able to see what is going on. So the reason that I'm not creating the loggers is because I just want to move fast. So then, so but make sure that you add them for your system. Okay, so make sure, keep that in mind. So the next thing that we need to do after we have done that, so if the payment, we have it there, then we need to do what, we need to save. Okay, so we need to save it, so we save it like that. Then from there, we need to do what, we need to return. So what we need to return here is what, gonna return true. Then we're gonna return the payment, and also we're gonna return none. Okay, so that is the, to process what, the card. Okay, so now we need to have the wallet, so the wallet here. So we're gonna say else if, so else if it's the payment method, so the payment, so first of all, let me have that cap there. So we're gonna say payment, if the payment method, so if the payment method here is equals to what, is equals to wallet, so wallet, like that. So we're gonna do what, so we're gonna say process. So this one we just need to process immediately on the backend. So we're gonna say, we're gonna have the method, so the one that will be responsible for processing the wallet immediately, because that one we already have the money, just need to deduct it from what, from the wallet. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So the one that gonna be responsible for what, for deducting the money. Okay, so we need to come here. So the one that will be responsible for that one, we just need to come here below. So we need to declare it as a static method. So I'm gonna say static method. So then we need to make sure that this one is a transaction atomic. So transaction dot what, dot atomic. So dot atomic, then you're gonna say def. So this one should be below here, atomic. Then you're gonna say what, def. So then you're gonna say process. So process what, wallet. So wallet payment. Okay, so wallet payment like this. So we're gonna say payment ID, that is what we need to pass here, and also the user. Okay, so this one we're gonna process the payment using the user's what, wallet balance. Okay, so we're gonna say process. So process payment. So process payment using what, using users. So users what, wallet balance. Okay, so the balance that user has in their wallet. So the wallet payments are instant, so no payment gateway delay. So we're gonna have them as a free, so no transaction fees, reliable, no card declines, like that. Okay, so the flow that we're gonna use here, we need to lock the payment and the wallet records, then we need to validate the sufficient balance, then we're gonna deduct from the wallet, and then we're gonna mark the payment completed. Okay, so then we need to create the wallet transaction record. Okay, so that is what we need to do here. So the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna try. So the first thing, it is to lock the payment to prevent race conditions. Okay, so we're gonna say payment. So payment here is equals to what, we're gonna say our payment, then we're gonna say objects. So we're gonna say objects. So then from there we need to select for update. Okay, so this one just locks there. So then we need to select the related. So select related. So then we need to make sure that it is related to what, to our appointment, like that one. So from the appointment, so we need to get what, we need to make sure that the ID is equal to the payment what, so the payment ID that is passed here. Okay, so that is it. So we need to first of all to prevent double processing. So we're gonna say if the payment, so if the payment here, if the payment, so if the payment dot status is equals to what, is equals to completed. Okay, so if it is equals to completed here, we just need to return false, and also we're gonna have none, and also we're gonna say what, payment. So payment already, so already completed, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to just check the payment limit. So we're gonna say allowed. So allowed here. So and also we need to have the limit error. So if you get the error, so then we're gonna say what, our payment service. So our payment service, so the payment service, we're gonna say what, check. So we need to check what the payment limits. So we pass the user, so and also the payment. So from the payment, so the payment, so from the payment we need to get what, the amount. Okay, like that. So that is it. So we need to check if it is allowed. So we're gonna say if not allowed. So if not allowed here, if it is not allowed, we just need to return what, we need to return the success to be false, and also we're gonna have what, none. So for the payment and also the limit error, the one that we get. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need now to get or create the wallet with the row level lock. Okay, so we're gonna say, so we're gonna say wallet. So wallet, then we're gonna say created. So created here, it is equal, we're gonna say user. So user wallet. So we're gonna get the user wallet dot objects. Okay, so dot objects dot what, so dot select for what, so select for update. So select for update, like that. Then we do what, so now we need to get or create. Okay, so we get or create this one. So we're gonna pass the user is equals to user. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to validate if we have the sufficient what, balance. Okay, in our wallet. So we're gonna say if wallet, so if wallet dot balance, so dot balance here is what, less than the payment amount, so the amount that is being paid. So payment amount, So if it is less than that one, we need to return, gonna say return false, then we're gonna return none, and also we need to have what, the string here, we're gonna say insufficient. So insufficient, what, insufficient wallet balance. Okay, wallet balance, so wallet balance, so like that. Then we're gonna say the available one, just need to show the available balance. So we're gonna do what, so we're gonna use the dollar sign, then we do what, we come here and we say the wallet, so wallet dot what, wallet dot balance. Okay, wallet dot balance, so balance like that. Okay, so that is it. So now after we have done that, we can go to the next part. So if the wallet it is greater than that one, now we need to do what, to update the payment status. Okay, so we're gonna say payment, so payment dot status here, we need to update to processing. So when you do that, we need to say processing like that. So then from there we need to save, we're gonna say payment, so payment dot what, dot save. Okay, so dot save, then we need to, what we need to save here, we need to have the update feeds, so the feeds that we are updating, so that is what, so the one that we are updating, it is the status, because we have passed it as a processing, and then we need to have what, updated at. Okay, so we have that one like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to generate a unique transaction ID. Okay, so we're gonna say transaction ID, so transaction ID, when you reach here, we need to say, then we're gonna say what, so we should not be like that, is equals to this one, then we do what, then we do like this, then we say wallet, so wallet like this. So then from there, we're gonna put what, gonna put that hyphen there, then we need to come here and we say UUID, so UID, then we're gonna use the UID for like that. Then we need to do what, we need to have the hex. Okay, so then we need to have the first 12, so the first 12 characters. Then from there we need to do what, to convert it to uppercase. Okay, so you just say to upper. Okay, so upper, so upper like this, then we put it there. So that is the transaction ID that we're gonna create there. So now we need to deduct the funds from the wallet. Okay, so this one, we create the wallet transaction record. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet, so wallet dot what, so remember we had this method, so for deducting funds. Okay, in our what, so deduct funds in our models, so the one that gonna do that job. So amount here, gonna say the payment, so the payment, so we need to say the payment dot what, payment dot amount, so that is the amount we are passing. So then the description, so description here to be what, is equals to, so we're gonna say here, gonna say payment, so payment for what, appointment. Okay, so appointment like that. Then we do what, gonna say payment, so payment dot what, payment dot appointment, so appointment dot what, dot ID. Okay, so like that. Then from there we need to have what, we need to have the reference, so reference, so the reference here, gonna say what, transaction, so our transaction ID. Okay, so the transaction ID like that. Then also we need to have the payment, so the payment here to be what, payment. Okay, so payment, so payment like that. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need now to mark the payment as completed. Okay, so we're gonna say payment, so to mark it as a completed, we're gonna say payment dot what, remember we had that method for what, the property, so mark completed there. Then we're gonna say transaction ID. Okay, for that transaction ID, so transaction ID, we need to pass it there, because that is what we need to pass in our mark completed. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to update the fraud prevention limits. Okay, so we need to have a method that will be responsible for updating what, so for updating the daily limits. Okay, so that will be able to prevent the what, so the frauds. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So now that method, we do what, just update the, so this one, it is for check. So then we need to do what, to have the one that gonna update these ones. Okay, so we need to do what, I'm gonna copy it, so So then we're gonna copy the two. So then we need to come here. So this one will be a static method. So we're gonna say static. So static method, and also we're gonna say def. Then we're gonna say update daily. So update daily limits, okay, like that. Then we're gonna pass the user and also the amount, okay, like that. So this one gonna update the user's daily payment tracking after successful payment, okay. So we're gonna say update. So we're gonna say update what? Update users. So users daily payment. So daily payment after. So daily payment tracking. So tracking after what? After successful. So we're gonna say after successful what? Successful payment, okay. So payment like this. So we do it like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, this one will be called after the payment completion to increment the counters. So we're gonna use the cache for performance. So this we don't have the database rights, okay. So then we're gonna have the cache strategy that we're gonna use. So time to leave the TTL will be 86,400 seconds, which it is just 24 hours. So this one will just auto expire at midnight. So then the atomic read modify right, okay. So then that is what we need to do. So we need to, I'm gonna paste this one there, the one that I've copied here. So then we have what? We have this one. So now we need to increment the counters, okay. So just need to come here and then you say daily. So the daily data, so we just need to have the count. So the count here we need just to increase it by what? So we just need to increase by 1. And also the daily, so the daily data, then we need to get the amount, okay. So the amount here we need to increment it by what? So here we need to increment it by what? The amount that was added, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? We need to have the to cache until the end of the day, okay. So that are the 86,400 seconds, okay. So we're gonna say cache. So cache dot set. So then we're gonna say the cache key. So the cache key here. So also we need to have the daily data. So the daily. So we're gonna say the daily data. Then we're gonna have what? Gonna have the value of 86,400, okay. So that is it. So now let us do what? Now we need to use it. So if you want to understand about caching using what? The Redis and also mastering how to handle the cache in the system in a complex way and also in a very understandable way, so please check on that course that I said there, okay. So now we need to come here. So after we do that, now we need to update what? Our daily limits, okay. So we're gonna say payment service. So gonna say payment service dot what? We're gonna say update. So update what? The daily limits. So we're gonna pass the user and then we're gonna say payment. So payment. So payment dot what? Payment dot amount, okay. So that is it. So then from there we need to do what? We need to, so what we're gonna do, so because later we're gonna handle the notifications, so here I need to have the notify user asynchronously. So we're gonna use the auxiliary to send that one in the background. So we're gonna say notify. So notify user asynchronously. So asynchronously. Hope I've spelled it well. So then from there we need to create the method that we're gonna send the, so gonna say send. So this one we need to create this one for sending what? The payment confirmation, okay. For payment confirmation, so that we'll be able to do what? For our user to see what is happening. So we're gonna say send what? Payment confirmation. So we need to come gonna just have it below here, even though you can put it in the task.py, so which we're gonna do later. So when we'll be handling this one, so we're gonna use the shared, so shared task like that. Then we're gonna say def, then send payment. So send payment, then we're gonna say confirmation. So confirmation like that. So we're gonna pass the payment what? The payment ID here, okay. So that is what we need to do. So the first thing that, so this one will just send the confirmation to payment and consultant, to patient and consultant. Okay, so we're gonna say the send payment. So send payment confirmation. So confirmation to what? To patient and what? And consultant. Okay, so consultant, like that. So then here what we need to do, we need to try. So even though this one later we're gonna use the email, so that we'll be able to do what? So that we'll be able to design that one. So then here we're gonna say payment. First of all, we need to get the payment. So this one will be from the payment objects. So payment dot what? Objects. So from objects we need to select the related, like that. Then we need to do what? We're gonna get the patient. So we're gonna get the patient. Also we're gonna get the appointment. So appointment. So appointment underscore consultant. So underscore, then we're gonna get what? The user, like that. So then we need to get what? We need to get the that ID that is equal to the payment what? Payment ID. Okay, so that is it. So now we do what? So here we can implement the notification service here. So what I'm gonna do, I just need to log. So I won't do anything more here first of all. So we're gonna say what? I'm gonna say info. So this one we just need to say that payment. So even though later we are going to handle this one, so when you be handling the notifications, okay, so confirmation sent for that one, then we're gonna say payment ID, like that. Okay, so but if the try fails, we need to accept that exception. So we need to exception as what? As E. So then from there we just need to do what? Just need to log it. So logger dot what? Dot error. So just do what? Because this one, it's not a must here. So error sending. So error sending payment. Okay, so error sending payment confirmation. So then we're gonna get the string of what? Of that exception there. So that is it. So then after we do that, now we can be able to do what? To send the notification to the user. So it's, I think, instead of using email, we're gonna use the text, so that we'll be able to notify them, or the notifications in our application. Okay, so that is what we need to do in the next what? When it comes to handle the email, so to handle the notifications. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So now we need to come here. So where are we? So here in the send what? So we need to notify the send payment. So send payment, then we need to have a delay. Okay, so the dot delay here, then we're gonna say what? String. Then we're gonna get the payment what? Gonna pass the payment. So the payment, so from the payment we're gonna get the ID. Okay, so that is what we need to pass in our method there. So then from there we need to return true, because it is succeeded. Then also we need to have the transaction what? So the transaction ID, and also we're gonna say none. Okay, so that is it. So then if this one, so if the first exception that we can have, it is what? So first of all, you're checking for the payment if it exists. Okay, so it simply means that the payment is not there. So the payment, so if payment does not what? So does not exist. So does not exist. So here we need to return what? We need to return false. We're gonna return none, and also we're gonna say payment. So we're gonna say payment not found. Okay, like that. So then after doing that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to do what? So if the exception, it's not the payment does not exist, maybe it's a value error. So we're gonna say accept. So accept the value. So the value error. So if it's a value error here, we're gonna say what? We're gonna pass it as I. So we need to return, not to raise. We're gonna return false for success, and also for payment we're gonna pass none. Then we're gonna pass what? The string of that exception there. So then after we do that, now we need to do what? We need to accept the exception as you. So we're gonna say as exception, not we need to have the accept exception. So accept exception here as what? as E. Then we need to do what? We need to check if the payment it is in locus. Okay, so we're gonna say payment, so payment in locus, so we're gonna say in locus, so like that. Then we do what? So we need to mark as what? So we're gonna say payment, so payment, so payment dot what? So mark as failed. Okay, so mark as failed. Okay, we had that one property there, then we pass that error there, and then we need to do what? We need to return. Okay, so this one should be outside the if. We need to return, so we return false and also none, and also we need to do what? To get that string of that exception. Okay, so that is the method for what? For handling to process the wallet payment. Okay, so that is how we do it, like that. So now the next thing it is what? Now to use it in our what? In our method. So we need to come here, so where we are handling them, we are routing them here. So else if it is a wallet, so just need to process it. So we're gonna say if it's either a success, so we're gonna say success, so success. Also we're gonna get the transaction ID, so transaction ID, and also we can get also an error. Okay, so here gonna say payment service, so payment service dot what? Process wallet. Okay, so we're gonna say process wallet payment, like that. Then we need to pass the payment ID, so the payment ID here, so this one will be what? Will be our string of what? Payment. So we're gonna say payment dot what? Payment dot ID. So then also we need to have what? So we need to have the user, so user gonna get them from our patient user. Okay, now we do what? So we need to check if we have an error. Okay, so if you have an error here, what we need to do, we need to return false, and also we're gonna say payment. Okay, so then we gonna have what? The error. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to refresh our database. Okay, to get the data from the database. We're gonna say refresh, so we have this method, like that. Okay, when you hover above this one, you can realize it is saying reload from what? Values, feed values from the database. So by default happens from database, so this instance was loaded from, or like that. Okay, so that is it. So now after we do that, we need to return, so we need to return true, and then we're gonna have payment, so payment, so our payment, and also we're gonna have what? We're gonna have none, because it's successful. We don't need the error, so there's no error. So else we're gonna do what? So the next thing it is what? Our insurance. Okay, so we're gonna say else if, so else if we're gonna say the payment method, so the payment method, so the payment method, so the payment method here is equals to what? Is equals to insurance. If it is insurance here, so we're gonna say if it is insurance, so we just need to have a method that gonna handle the insurance. Okay, so we just need to come here, just need to put it just below this one. So where is it? So we did that one there. So now we need to do what? We need to have the one for what? So outside that one, so we're gonna say at what? At static, so at static method. So then if you're not familiar with using the at static, so you should be able to know by this far. So transaction dot atomic, so that dot atomic, like this. So then after we do that, we need to define it. So we're gonna say process, so process what? Process payment, so process insurance. Okay, process insurance payment. Okay, so payment, so payment, like that. Then we're gonna say payment ID, so payment ID here, that is what we need to pass here. Then also we're gonna have the insurance details, so insurance details, even though this one we're gonna work on it here for later. So we're gonna say submit, so this one will just be submit insurance what? Insurance payment, so insurance payment for what? For manual verification. Okay, so manual verification. So then from there, the next thing that we're gonna do, so this one will this one insurance payments gonna require human review because we need to verify the coverage, we need to check policy limits, we need to validate claim legitimacy, then we're gonna submit to insurance provider. Okay, so this method just stores the details and marks for review. Okay, so then the admin must manually do what? Approve or deny in what? In admin panel. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So the first thing we're gonna say try. So here we need to first of all to get the payment. So we're gonna say payment. So payment, we're gonna say what? Payment. So payment here, then we're gonna say objects. So objects, then we're gonna select for what? So select for update. So select for update. So then we're gonna do what? We need to get. Okay, so we need to get the ID, so the one that is related to the payment ID, the payment ID that is passed here. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna check if the payment status. So if the payment.status, so if the payment.status here is equals to what? Is equals to, so if it is equals to completed, so if it is completed here, we just need to do what? We need to return false. We need to return false and also none. And also we're gonna say what? We're gonna say payment. So payment already completed. Okay, like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to store the insurance details in what? In payment metadata. Okay, so we're gonna say payment. So payment.status. So we're gonna say what? It is in processing. So we're gonna say processing, like that. Then also we're gonna say payment.metadata. So payment.metadata. So metadata here be what? We're gonna say payment metadata, then we need to get the insurance. Okay, so insurance, like that. So we need to do what? So this one is equals to have what? We're gonna have the provider. So the provider here, so we're gonna say insurance details. So insurance details dot what? Dot get. So we need to get the what? The insurance provider. Okay, so insurance provider. So insurance provider, like that. Then we need to do what? We need to come out there, then we need to have the number. So the number, so then we're gonna say what? Insurance details. So from the insurance details, so that one dictionary, so we're gonna say insurance details, this one. So we need to get what? We need to get the insurance number, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing it is what? Gonna have the submitted. So submitted at. Okay, so when it was submitted, we're gonna say time zone. So time zone, so time zone dot what? Dot now. So then we need to do what? To get the in form of the ISO format. Okay, so the ISO format, like that. Then we put there. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here, then we need to save it. Okay, so we're gonna say payment. So payment dot what? Dot save. Okay, so the update fields that we need, so we're gonna say update fields here. We're gonna have what? The status. So the status, and also we're gonna have what? We're gonna have the metadata. So metadata, like that. And also the updated at. Okay, so updated at, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do after we have done that, now we need to come below this one and we do what? So the thing that we can do here, can just send the notification to admin for review, and also send the confirmation to user. Okay, so that is the things that we're gonna do so later. So here you can just say to do. So to do here can do what? Can send. So we're gonna say send notification. So send notification to admin. Okay, so to admin. So to admin for what? For review. So for review. Okay, so for review there, and also you can send the notification to what? To the user, like that. So the next thing that we need to just to return here, just to return true, and then we're gonna say insurance. So we're gonna say insurance claim. So insurance claim submitted. So submitted for verification. So for verification, and also, so there's no error, just pass none there. So then from there, so if our try is what? First of all, we need to have the exception for if the payment does not exist. So payment dot what? Does not exist. So then we're gonna do what? So here we need to return. We just need to return false. So for the success, then none for the payment, and also gonna say payment not found, payment not found. Okay, so that is it. So now the next one, it is what? If the exception it's not the, it is not found, it is another one. So we're gonna say exception as what? As E. So we're gonna put it here. Then we need to do what? We need to return. So what we need to return here is what? False. So, and also none, and also the string of that exception. Okay, so let me save it. So then after we have done that, now we can be able to use it what? In our, so now we need to use it in our process complete payment here. So just need to come here. So else if this one we need to have what? Success. So success, also message. So also message, then we can have error like that. Then we need to do what? Gonna say payment service. So payment service dot what? Dot process. So we're gonna say dot process what? Insurance payment. So then the payment ID here. So the payment ID we're gonna pass what? The string of our payment. So payment dot what? ID. Also from there we need to have what? The insurance details. Insurance details. Okay. So the insurance details, you just say payment. So payment details. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then after you have done that, now we need to do what? We need to return. So first of all, we need to check if it is an error. So we're gonna say if error. So if it is an error here, we need to return. Gonna return false, then the payment. Okay, and also we're gonna have the error. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do after we have done that, we need to do the database. Gonna get the payment dot what? Refresh DB, refresh from DB. So refresh from DB there, then we do what? So then from there we just need to return. Gonna return true, and also gonna have what? Gonna have the payment. So the payment, and also gonna have none. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to, if it is not among the three, so we just need to do what? To delete it. Okay, so to delete the payment. Okay, else gonna say what? Payment. So payment dot what? Delete. Okay, we don't want that one to exist in our in our payment. Okay, so just need to return false. So gonna say false, and also gonna say none. Then we're gonna say invalid what? So invalid payment method. So payment, so payment method, like that. So then from there, so if our try phase, we just have the exception there as we did. Okay, so that is it. So let me save it and make sure that yours look like this. Okay, so that you won't get what? So you won't get lost in between. Okay, so that is it. So then make sure that you look at it the way it is. Okay, so that is the part that we have what? To process the payment for that one. So now we need to come back to our views. So in our views now we need to use what? Our payment service. So the first thing that we need to do it is to do what? We need to come here. So just below this one, we need to import our what? Our, so we're gonna say from what? From dot services. We need to import what? We need to import the payment service, like that. After importing, now we need to do what? To use it. So just come here. So where are we? Okay, here. Okay, so that is it. So we need to do what? We need to say success. As you saw, we are returning either success, and also we have the payment in the same response. So we're gonna say payment. So payment like this. Then also we have what? The error, like that. Okay, so this one we're gonna say the payment service. So payment service dot process. So process complete what? Payment. Okay, so we're gonna have the appointment ID. So the appointment ID here, gonna assign our appointment ID, the one that we get. So also we need to have the patient user. So the patient user, it is our request dot user request dot user, and also we need to have the payment method. So the payment method here, it is our payment method. So the payment method that we get, and also the payment details. So the payment details, we pass our payment our payment details, okay, like that. So that is it. So now let me save it there. Then from there, now we need to check them, okay. We need to check if you have the error. So we're gonna say if error. So if you have the error here, we need to return so the response, okay. So the response here, we need to say what? We need to say error, like that. Then we need to pass that error we get, okay. So and also we're gonna have the status, which should be what? Status dot what? HTTP 400, okay. So we're gonna say 400 bad request. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need now to serialize the payment data for response, okay. So we're gonna say payment. So we're gonna say payment data is equals to what? Payment. So the payment serialize, okay. So then we're gonna pass our payment there. So the payment gonna pass there our payment, and then we need to get the data, okay. So that is it. So now we need to build the response based on payment method and status, okay. So we just need to come here and we say the response body. So the response data, so the response data here be what? Gonna say payment. So our payment here, so payment, so payment, then we're gonna say what? We're gonna send to our what? Our payment data, okay, like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to say if the payment method here, so if the payment method here, it is what? It is card. So we're gonna say if it is card here, what you need to do, it is to do what? We need to extract the client secret for Stripe confirmation, okay. So you're gonna say client secret. So client secret, so client secret is equals to what? Payment. So payment, from the payment, then we have the payment gateway. So payment gateway what? So gateway response, we need to get the client secret, okay. So client secret here, so make sure that we have that one. So then from there, we need to have the response data. So response, our response data. So in the response data, we need to update that data. So the first thing that we're gonna have it is the message. So the message here, we need to do what? We need to have the payment intent. So we're gonna say payment, gonna put it as a caps lock. So we're gonna say payment, so payment intent, so created, okay. So created like that. So we're gonna say complete, so complete payment in what? In app, okay. So like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to have it is what? Our client secret, okay. So we're gonna say client, so we're gonna say client, so client secret, like that. Then we're gonna do what? So we're gonna pass our client secret, the one that we get. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the status. So the status here, we're gonna say what? Requires confirmation, okay. So requires confirmation, like that, okay. So that is it. So now let me save this one. So make sure that yours also look like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, if it is the, so if it is there, then there's if that we need, it is the status. So we're gonna say else if, so the payment status, if the payment dot what? Dot status here, we need to check if it is completed, okay. So if it is completed here, we just need to have the response data. So response data, we need to have the message. So in the message, what we need to do, we need to update it this here, and then do gonna say what? Gonna say payment, gonna say payment, so payment what? Completed successfully, completed successfully, so successfully, like that. So then from there, the next one, it is what? If it is in the processing, so we're gonna say what? We're gonna say else if, so else if here it is payment, if the payment here, so we're gonna say if the payment dot status, so status is equals to what? Is equals to processing. So if it is equals to processing here, we're gonna say response data. So response data here, we need to get the message, okay. So the message here is equals to what? Is equals to payment. So payment submitted, so submitted for what? For processing, okay, like that. So that is it. Now we need to use now the proper response serializer for consistent format, okay. So we're gonna say the response serializer outside the else if. So we're gonna say the response So the response serializer, so response serializer here is equals to what? Is equals to our complete payment response serializer. So we're gonna pass our response what? Our response data there. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to return it. So we need to return the response. So the response, you're gonna pass the response serializer. So the response serializer, like, then we need to get the data from it, and also we need to have the status. So the status here, it will be status dot what? HTTP 201 created. Okay, so 201 created, like that. So let me save that one. So after we have done that, so now we have what? Now we have the way we initiate the payment. Okay, so make sure that you understand the flow. If you have not yet gotten it, you can just repeat again, so to be able to understand. Okay, so make sure that you go through that one. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the view that we're gonna use to view the what? To refresh the payment status. Okay, so we're gonna say at API. So we're gonna say at API view. So at API view here, gonna have what? Gonna have post. So the post method. So like that. So then from there, we're gonna have permission classes. So at permission classes here, then we do what? Is authenticated. So it's authenticated, like that. So that now we're gonna say refresh. So refresh payment. So refresh payment status. So which gonna accept the request, and then in the request, so, and also we need to have the payment ID. Okay, so payment ID, like that. Okay, so this one, so we're gonna have a documentation string here. I'm gonna say check. So check payment status. Okay, payment status. After what? After client, so client side Stripe confirmation. Okay, so Stripe confirmation. So what we're gonna do here, so this is when the what? We have done the payment, and now we want to be able to see the status, to update it in our backend also. So when the client completes payment via the Stripe SDK in the front end, so Stripe confirms payment, then client calls this endpoint to check the status. So we verify with the Stripe and update our database. Okay, so this one handles the gap between the client side confirmation, that is instant, and also we need to have a what? We're gonna have a webhook delivery. Okay, so which may take some seconds. Okay, so the reason why we need this endpoint, so because the webhooks can be delayed, user wants immediate feedback, then this one we're gonna provide the fallback if the webhook fails. Okay, so the flow that we're gonna follow, it's that we need to, the client confirms the payment via the Stripe SDK, the client calls this endpoint with the payment ID, and then the backend checks Stripe for payment status. Okay, so if succeeded, it will mark the payment completed, then we return the updated what? Payment status. So that is what we need to do here. So the first thing we're gonna say, just to try, so we need to do what? So first of all, it is to get the payment for the current user only. Okay, so we're gonna say payment. So payment, we're gonna say payment objects. So payment dot objects. So we need to do what? We're gonna select. Gonna say select. So select related, this one. So then we're gonna have what? Appointment. So appointment, like that. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, it is to get. Okay, so what we need to get, it is get the payment ID. So we need to get the payment ID, and also we're gonna get the patient. So the patient, here, it will be what? Gonna be our request dot user. Okay, so we need to make sure that we get the payment for the current user. Okay, so that is our patient there. So then the next thing that we need to do, if still processing and the method is card, so we need to check with the Stripe. Okay, so just need to say if payment. So if payment, then we're gonna do what? So we're gonna say payment status. So payment, if payment dot status. So if payment dot status. So if the payment dot status is equals to what? Is equals to processing. So if it is equals to processing here, and the payment method, so the payment dot payment method. So the payment method, this one, is equals to what? Is equals to card. If it is equals to card here, we need now to to be able to query so from the Stripe for the latest update. Okay, so we need to go to our gateway. So we're gonna create the retrieve payment intent. Okay, so the one that gonna retrieve the payment the payment intent. Okay, so as I said, this one will be the one that we're gonna put all the things that related to so the things that are related to our Stripe. Okay, so now we need to do we're gonna say at static method. So at static method, so here we need to do so here we need to define it. So we're gonna say retrieve. So this one, it is a retrieve. So retrieve payment intent. Okay, payment intent, like that. We're gonna say the payment, we're gonna pass the payment intent ID here. Okay, so we're gonna have the payment intent ID here. So we're gonna have a documentation string here. We're gonna say retrieve. So retrieve current current state of our payment, so payment of our payment intent. Okay, intent. So like that. So then from there we're gonna use this to check the payment status after the client side confirmation. So we need to verify the webhook data. So then we also need to we're gonna use it to debug the payment issues. Then we're gonna get the payment details for records. Okay, so here the payment intent status values. So we're gonna have the requires payment method. So this one needs the payment method. So requires confirmation, ready to be confirmed. Then we're gonna have another intent that requires action. So needs the custom action, that is the 3D secure. Then processing, that is being processed, succeeded, that is payment successful, cancelled, payment cancelled. Okay, so that is what we need to do. Okay, so the thing that we're gonna do here, gonna say try. So just try here, gonna say payment intent. So payment intent, so is equals to we're gonna say Stripe. So Stripe, then we're gonna say dot payment. So Stripe, so dot payment intent. Okay, so payment intent, then we need to say retrieve. Okay, so the intent that we want here is the retrieve. So retrieve, like that. So then we need to pass our payment our payment intent ID, the one we have there. So now after that we need to just do we need to return the intents. Okay, so the payment intent. Okay, so like that. And also we're gonna have none because there's no error. So these are, so as I say, the payment status, the intent status, the ones that we can get, it is either cancelled, succeeded, processing, requires action, requires confirmation, requires payment method. Okay, so that is it. So now we're gonna say except if here the Stripe, it is authentication error. So we're gonna say if it is authentication error, so gonna say as so then you can log there. Then instead of that one, gonna just return none. So for the intent, and also here gonna say payment. So payment gateway. So payment gateway authentication failed. Okay, authentication. So authentication failed, like that. So then if it is not that one, we need to accept it also. So we're gonna say accept exception. So accept exception. So exception as as So we're gonna return. So return none. And also gonna say string of that error. Okay, like that. So that is it. So that is what we need to use. Okay, so just need to come back to our views. So here in our views here, so I'm gonna import here, gonna just have the import here. So what I need to do, I'm gonna say from dot payment gateway. From payment gateway we need to import the Stripe gateway, like that. So we need to query the Stripe for the latest status. Okay, so we're gonna say payment intent. So payment intent, that is what we need. And also if there is an error, so here gonna say Stripe. So Stripe gateway dot retrieve. You have the retrieve payment intent. Then you're gonna say the payment dot transaction. So the transaction ID. Okay, so that is it. So now after we have done that, now we need to check the different the different intents. Okay, so we need first of all to check if the payment succeeded. We need to mark it in our database as what, completed. Okay, so we're gonna say if not error, if it is not an error, and the payment, so the payment ID, so the payment intent, like that one, then we have the status. So here in the status is equals to what, succeeded. Okay, so succeeded, so succeeded there. Then we need to extract the card information from charge. Okay, so we're gonna say card info, so card info is equals to none initially. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to check the payment dot charges. Okay, if the payment, so payment intent dot charges, so dot charges, so and the payment intent, so payment intent dot charges, and then we have the data in it. So we just need to do what, gonna get the charge first. So when I say charge, so what we need to do here in the charge, we just need to do what, so we're gonna get the payment, so we're gonna say payment intent. Okay, so payment intent dot charges, so charges dot data. Okay, so from there we need to get the first one, so that is 0. So then the thing that we need to do, we need to check, we're gonna say if the charge dot payment method, so payment method details, if we have this one, and also the charge, we have what, the payment method, so payment method, so this one should be payment, so we're gonna say payment, so that is payment method details, like that. So and also here we're gonna say payment method details, and also in the details we have what, we have the card information, so we have the card there. So make sure it's payment method details. So these ones come from the what, from the intent that we get from the Stripe. Okay, so then we're gonna say the card here, so the card here will be what, we're gonna say charge, so charge, we're gonna say payment method, so payment method, so payment method details dot what, we're gonna get the card. Okay, so that is what we need. So for the card info, now we have the card from that one, so we're gonna say card info, so our card info here is equals to what, is equals to, we need to initialize it here with what, the last 4. So we're gonna say the last 4, like that. We just need to say card dot last 4. Okay, so if what, if the card dot last 4, if we have the last 4 there, and then else we just need to pass what, none. Okay, so that, like that. Then from there, the next one is what, the brand, so the brand here we're gonna do what, so we're gonna say card dot brand dot what, dot title. So this one comes from the what, from the Stripe. So if you have the card what, so you can have them or not, so card dot brand. Okay, like that. Else you're gonna say what, else you're gonna say none, like that. So that is it. So let me come here below. So now after we got the what, the payment card, then we need to do what, we need to come out of this one. So make sure that you outside the first and what, and the second if. Okay, so now we need to be in this second if there. Okay, so if not error, so we do like that, we get the card info and others. Okay, so now we need to mark completed with card info. Okay, so we're gonna say payment, so payment dot what, so payment dot, gonna say payment dot what, we're gonna mark completed. Okay, so like that. So then you're gonna say payment, so payment intent dot id, so dot id, that id, then we're gonna have what, gonna also have the card info. Okay, so the card information there. So then from there we need to update the fraud prevention limits. Okay, so we're gonna say payment, so payment service, so payment service dot what, update daily limits. Then we're gonna pass the payment, so payment dot what, gonna say patient, so patient, like that. Then also we're gonna have what, the payment, so payment dot what, amount. Okay, So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do after that one, we need to do what? So if it is not there, just need to refresh and pass it. Okay, so if it is not a what, so if the payment dot status is processing, if it is not in that and that and that, okay, so now we need to come out of that if. So we reload from the database to get the latest what state. Okay, so we're gonna say payment, so make sure that you're outside this if. Okay, so yeah, so we're gonna say payment. So the payment here gonna say what, payment dot refresh from what, so refresh from database, like that. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to have the serializer. So serializer here gonna say what, payment, so payment serializer, like that. Then you pass our payment there, like that. Okay, so then from there we need to have the response. We're gonna return response. Okay, so response here, then we need to do what, gonna say payment, so payment like this. Then we need to do what, gonna say serializer, so serializer dot data, and also we need to have the message, so message like that. Then we're gonna say what, gonna say payment, gonna say payment, so payment completed successfully. Okay, so if we have what, if we have the payment, so if payment, if our payment dot status, so if our payment dot status, it is what, completed. Okay, else we're gonna just do what, gonna say else, gonna say payment still what, payment still processing. So payment, gonna put what, payment, gonna say payment still what, still processing. Okay, like that. So then we need to make sure that we pass what, as we need to do the comparison here, so just need to use what, equals equals. Okay, so that is it. So now we're gonna save this one. So before we do that, we need to have what, the exception. Okay, so we need to make sure that we are there. So we're gonna say except exception. So this one, it means that we don't have the payment, so payment does not what, so payment does not exist. So we just need to return response. So then response here gonna pass the error, and then we're gonna say what, we're gonna say payment not found. Okay, so we're gonna say payment not, so we're gonna say payment not found, like that. Okay, so also we need to have the status. So we're gonna say status, so status here will be what, status dot http 400. Okay, so 400 bad 404, not 400, so 400 and what, so 400 and, so http 404. Okay, so not found. Okay, so that is it. So let me save that one first, and then we come here just below this one. So if it is another exception, we just need to accept that exception. So exception as what, as e. Then here we need to return, we return what, response. So response here gonna say error, so error here gonna say what, failed, so failed to refresh payment status. Okay, so payment status, so like that. Then we need to do what, we need to have the status. So the status here to be what, status dot what, http 500 internal server error. So that is it. So you need to make sure that you have like this. Okay, so confirm that your view looks like that. So now we need to go to the next view. So the next view, it is the one that gonna get the payment summary. So just do what, gonna say at API view, so at API view, so this one will be a get method. So we're gonna say get, so get method there. So then what we need to do, we need to have the permission classes. So we're gonna say permission classes. Then we need to do what, we need to say is authenticated, like that. So then from there we need to define the get payment. So get payment what, get payment summary, like that. Then you're gonna pass the request there. Okay, so then, so the documentation string that we're gonna use here, we're gonna say what, want to say that get, so this one, it is get payment what, summary, summary for an appointment. Okay, appointment before payment. Okay, before we do the payment. So that is it. So this one shows the user what they are about to pay for. So that is the appointment details, consultation fee, the available wallet balance. Okay, so this one helps the user to decide the payment method. Okay, either wallet or what, or the card. Okay, so that is it. So here, so before showing the payment screen, Flutter app calls this to display the summary. Okay, so that is what you need to do. First of all, you're gonna get the appointment ID, the one that they are booking for, is equals to what you're gonna say request. So in the request, we need to do what we need to get. So the request is from the get, we need to get what we need to get the appointment. So the appointment ID, like that. So then from there, we need to check if it is validated. So just say, so to validate the required parameter, so that is our appointment ID, because you cannot get the summary for something that you are not asking for. Okay, so the appointment, so we need to check if the appointment ID. So if the appointment ID, if you don't, okay, so we need to make sure we check if it is not there. So if not appointment ID here, so what we need to do here, we need to return a response. Okay, so we're gonna say a response here. Then we need to do what, we need to have the error. Okay, so we're gonna say the error. So then after we do that, we need to say appointment what, we're gonna say appointment ID. So appointment ID is what is required. Okay, like that. So then we need to have the status. So the status will be what, status dot what, so status dot http 400 bad request. Okay, so that is a bad request there. So then from there, we need to try first of all to get what, the appointment, and to be able to check whether it is the patient's, because only the patients can view the payment summaries. Okay, so first of all, we need to import from the consultations dot models, we need to import what, our appointment model. Okay, so then from there, because we want only the patients to view this endpoint, so we need to check, okay, if request, so if request dot user dot role, okay, is equals to what, is equals is the same as patient. So if it is equals to patient there, then we need to get the appointment first of all. So we're gonna say appointment here, gonna say the appointment. So appointment dot objects dot what, select. So we're gonna say select related, like that. Then we're gonna get what, the consultant. So consultant underscore user. So from that user, we need to do what, we need to get the consultant, the appointment, that is what, the appointment ID that is equal to that ID. So then from there, we need to do what, we need to say the patient. So the patient here is equals to the request, so request dot user. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, else if it is not, we just need to return a response. Okay, so we need to return a response here with an error. So the error here, we're gonna say what, we're gonna say only, so only patients can do what, can view payment summaries. Okay, so payment summaries, like that. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to have the status. So the status will be what, status dot http 43. So we're gonna say status, so status dot http 43. Okay, gonna say http 43 forbidden. Okay, so that is it. So let me save this one. So then from there, so after we do that, now we need to get the wallet balance if it exists. So we're gonna say wallet. So still in our try, so we're gonna say wallet. So wallet balance. So wallet balance is equals to none. Okay, gonna initialize it as none here. So now we need to try. First of all, gonna say try. So gonna say wallet. So wallet, you're gonna say the user wallet. So user wallet dot what, dot objects. So dot objects dot get. So we need to get the one that is equal to our request. So request dot user. Okay, so that is it. Then if you have the wallet, you just need to say the wallet balance. So wallet balance here is equals to what, you're gonna say the wallet. So from the wallet we need to get the balance. Okay, so balance, like that. So that is it. So now if our try phase, you need to accept that exception. So we're gonna say accept exception. So accept exception here as what, so here we need to, so it simply means the wallet does not exist. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet, user wallet. So our user wallet here, so the user wallet does not what, does not exist. Okay, so user wallet does not exist. Okay, like that. So that is it. So now we need to do what, we need to have the wallet balance. So the wallet balance here, gonna assign it to 0.00. okay, so because it does not exist. So else what we're gonna do, we need to now to build the summary. Okay, so we're gonna say summary. So we're gonna say summary here is equals to what, so is equals to, it will be a dictionary. So the first one that we need to have it is what, we're gonna say the appointment ID. So appointment ID, like that. So this one we're gonna say the string of what, our appointment. So appointment dot what, ID, like that. So then from there we're gonna have the consultant name. So consultant name, so we're gonna say what, this one will be the appointment. So from the appointment we're gonna get the consultant. So consultant, then from consultant we need to get the user. So the user, we get the full name. Okay, so the full name. So then from there we need to have the scheduled date. So scheduled date, like that. So then you're gonna say appointment. So appointment dot what, scheduled date. So scheduled date, like that. Then we need to do the string f time. Okay, so like that. Then we need to do what, we need to pass this one. So modulus, dot what, the year. Then we're gonna have what, modulus for the month, not this one. So modulus for month, and then modulus for what, modulus for the day. Okay, so that is it. So then we're gonna have the scheduled time. Okay, so the scheduled time here to be what, to be appointment. So appointment dot what, dot scheduled time. So scheduled time, like that. Then we're gonna say string f time, like that. So then we're gonna pass what, gonna pass the modulus hour, like that. Modulus what, minute. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the consultation fee. So consultation fee, like that. Then we're gonna do what, appointment. So appointment dot what, consultation fee. Okay, so the consultation fee, like that. And also we're gonna have the wallet balance. So wallet balance, so wallet balance here, just pass our what, our wallet balance. Okay, so wallet balance there. So that is it. So then from there, after we have the summary, now we need to serialize it. So we're gonna say serializer. So serializer, so serializer is equals to what, our payment summary, serializer. Then we pass our summary there. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to return now that summary. Okay, so we're gonna get response. So from the response we're gonna say serializer dot what, dot data. Okay, so that is it. So now if our try this one fails, we need to accept. So it simply means what, we checked first of all if you have the appointment ID, like that. So we got what, this one, the appointment. So we need to get that one. So first of all, gonna say accept. So accept if the appointment, so if the appointment does not what, does not exist. If it does not exist here, we just need to return response. So response here, do what, gonna have the error. So the error, then we're gonna say appointment. So appointment not found or not accessible. So accessible like that. Okay, so accessible like that. So then you need also to have the status. So we're gonna say status. So status here will be what? Status dot what? So status dot http 404 not found, like that. Okay, so let me save this one. So then from there, the next thing, so make sure that yours look like that. So the next thing that is what? If it is another exception that is not, if it is not our appointment, so appointment is found, then we have another exception that is not there, so we need to cover it here. Okay, so we're gonna say exception as E. So exception as E, then we're gonna say what? Return. Gonna return response. So response here, gonna do what? Gonna say error. So the error here, we need to do what? We need to say failed. So failed to get the payment summary, like that. Okay, so then we need to have what? The status. So the status here will be what? Status dot http 500 internal server error. So that is it. So that is what? So this one should be a response. So make sure it's a response there. Okay, so that is the endpoint for what? For getting the payment summary. Then from there we need to have the one that gonna get the detailed information about a specific payment. Okay, so we need to have at API view. So we're gonna say at API view. So this one will still be a get. So we're gonna say get. So get there. Then we need to do what? We need to have the permission classes. So the permission classes here, you must be authenticated. So we're gonna say it's authenticated. So authenticated like that. So then from there we need to define what? The payment details. Okay, payment details. So payment detail. So then we're gonna do what? So we're gonna say we're gonna pass the request and also the payment ID. Okay, so payment ID like that. So this one for the documentation part of it, we're gonna say get detailed. So get detailed information. So getting detailed information about what? About a specific, so about a specific payment. Okay, so payment like that. So that is it. So then, so this one will be role-based access, so where the patient can view their own payments, consultant can view payments for their appointments. Okay, admin can view all the payments. Okay, that is what we need to do here. So we're gonna say try. So we're gonna try here. We're gonna say what? So the first one we need to will be query based on the user role. So we're gonna say if request. So if request.user. So request.user dot what? Dot the role is equals to what? Is equals to patient. So is equals to patient here. If it is equals to patient here, we need to patients to see only their payments. So we're gonna say payment. So payment is equals to what? We're gonna say payment. So payment dot objects. So dot objects here. Then we need to select what? Select related like this. Then we need to do what? We need to have the appointment. Gonna get the appointment underscore underscore, then consultant. Okay, underscore underscore user like that. Then we need to have what? So the one that is related to that patient. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to get, so then we're gonna say the ID. We pass the payment what? Our payment ID there, and also we need to have the patient. So the patient is equals to what? Request. So request dot user. Okay, so that is it. So now after you have done that, you're able to get the payment. Okay, so then else if, so else if it is what? Even if it is a request, so request dot user. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just copy this one, or almost all of this one. So I'm gonna copy this one, and then I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna do what? So let me select that one, then I'm gonna paste it here. So the payment, then we're gonna get what? So the appointment, then the consultant user. Okay, so then from there we have what? We have for that patient. Then so we get what? So here for the part forward payment, so the ID, we pass the payment ID, then the patient. So this one will be what? So this one will be consultant. So we're gonna say consultant, not consultant, we're gonna get it from the appointment. So appointment __, then we need to get the consultant. Okay, so then __, then we're gonna get the user. So like that. Okay, so the reason why we use the __, it's when you want to get a table in a certain model. So you need to come here, like for this one, for the appointment. So the appointment, so this one, when you have this appointment, so in our model where here in our payment, so in our appointment we have what? We have the appointment. Okay, so then in the appointment we have what? We are calling the appointment model. So when you come here in our consultations, so in our consultation we are calling the model. So the model here, when you come to this one, we have now the appointment. Okay, so in the appointment we have this part for consultant, and then the consultant, in the consultant model, the one that we are calling there, we have what? So the consultant profile here, we have the user. Okay, so that is where we get the user and also their role. Okay, so that is it. So now after you have done that, now we can be able to do what? So the next one that we need to do, it is for the admin. So we're gonna say else if, so else if the request, so request.user, so .user.role is equals to what? Is equals to admin, like that. Then we need to do what? Admin see all the payments. Okay, so we're gonna say payment, so payment is equals to payment what? So payment dot objects, then we're gonna say select what? Select related, like that. Then we're gonna say what? We're gonna say appointment, so appointment, then so appointment then __ consultant. Okay, so __ user. So then also we need for the patient, so I'm gonna say patient here, so we're gonna say patient, like that one. So then we need to get all the details. Okay, so then we're gonna say the payment what? So the payment ID. So else if it is not in the two, just need to do what? We just need to return a response. So the response that we need to return here, it is an error. So we're gonna say error. So the error here, we're gonna say what? Invalid. So we're gonna say invalid user. Okay, so invalid user role. So we're gonna say invalid user role. So then from there we need to have the status. So we're gonna say status is equals to what? So status dot http, so http 403 forbidden. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do after that one, now we need to serialize the data. Okay, so we need to serialize. So we're gonna say serializer. So we're gonna say serializer. So serializer here is equals to what? Is equals to a payment serializer. So payment serializer, then we pass the payment here, so like that. So then we just need to return the data. So we're gonna say response. So response, then you're gonna say serializer dot what? Dot data. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, so because we are checking if the payment in this part, so we can have what? So we need to have the exception. So we're gonna say except payment what? So the payment does not exist. Okay, so payment does not exist. So if it does not exist, you need to return a response. So the response here to be what? To be an error. So we're gonna say error, then we're gonna say payment. So payment not found, or not what? Accessible. So not found or accessible. Then from there we need to do what? Gonna have the status. So the status here to be what? To be status. So status dot what? HTTP 404. Okay, so HTTP, so 404. Okay, so not found, like that. Okay, so then if it is not in the true exception, so we need to have the except. So in that exception, if it exists, and also you have another exception that it is not there, so we're gonna say as E. So as E, then we need to return a response. So the response here, so we need to do what? We need to have the error, and also you're gonna say what? So the error you're gonna say failed to retrieve. Okay, so failed to retrieve payment. so payment details, okay, like that. So then from there we need to have the status. So the status here is equals to what? Status.http http 500 internal server error. So that is it. So let me save this one first, so before we continue to the next one. So make sure that your endpoint look like that, okay. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the one that gonna retry a failed payment, okay. So we're gonna say at API, so at API view, then we're gonna pass what? This one will be a post method. So we're gonna say post like that. Then we need to do what? We need to have at permission, so permission classes. Then we need to do what? So here gonna say is authenticated like that. Then we need to do what? We need to have def. Then we're gonna say retry payment, so retry payment like that. We need to pass the request and also the payment what? The payment ID, okay. So that is it. So the documentation string here gonna say retry, so retry a failed what? A failed payment like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so this one allows the user to, we're gonna allow the user to do what? To retry after if the card was declined, insufficient wallet balance, maybe network error. So simply we're gonna reset the status to pending, so user can try again, okay. User must go through the payment flow again with the new payment method, okay. So that is it we're gonna do here. So we're gonna say try, so we're gonna say the payment, so user can only retry their own what? Payments, okay. So we're gonna say payment, we need to get them. So we're gonna say payment is equals to what? We're gonna say payment, so payment dot objects, so dot objects dot get. So what you need to get here, it is the ID, so the payment what? So the payment ID like that. Then the patient, so the patient will be the request dot what? Request dot user, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we only the failed payments can be retried, okay. So we're gonna say if the payment status, so if the payment dot status, so if it's not equal to what? If it's not equal to failed, if it is not equal to failed here, so we need to return response. So if it is not there, then we're gonna do what? So we're gonna say the error. So the error here, we're gonna say what? Can only retry, so can only retry what? Failed, so failed payments, okay. So payments like that. Then from there we need to have what? Status. So status will be what? Status dot http 400 bad request, okay. So like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, if it is a failed, so here we need to do what? We just need to delegate that one to the service, so that we'll be able to do the retry for a failed what? So for a failed, to create that method here in our service, so it will be responsible for what? For the retry. So just need to come where? Can just have it even here below this one. So then we need to have that one there. So we're gonna have what? At static method. So this one we're gonna name it what? Def retry failed what? Failed, so failed payment, okay. So this one we're gonna have the payment ID, the one that's gonna be passed here. So this one we just need to reset, okay. So we're gonna say reset, so reset failed, so reset failed what? Payment, so reset failed payment to allow what? To allow retry, okay. So that is it. So then, so this one will just simply reset the status to pending, so user can try again, okay. So then we're gonna do what? So here we're gonna say try, so we're gonna say payment, so payment is equals to the payment objects, so payment dot objects. Then we need to get, so the payment that is equal to that payment ID, so payment ID. Then we're gonna have what? The status, so the status is what? Failed, okay. So that is it. So then we need to reset the status to pending, okay. So we're gonna say payment status, so payment dot status, so status is equals to what? Is equals to pending, okay, like that. Then we're gonna say payment, so payment dot save, okay, so dot save. Then we're gonna say update feeds, so this one will be what? It will be status like that. Then we're gonna have what? Updated at like that. That is what we need to update. So then from there we just need to return true and also none. Okay, but if it does not exist, so if our payment does not exist, we're gonna say except. So except payment, so payment does not what, if it does not exist, so we need to return false. We're gonna return false, and also here gonna say what, payment. So payment not found, or not in what, in failed state. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then from there, if it is not that one exception, so we need to accept any other exception. Okay, so we're gonna say accept exception as what, as E. Okay, like that. Then we need to do what, we need to return, we're gonna return false and also the string of that, then you save it. Okay, now we need to use it in our views here. So to use it in our what, in our to use our service, so we're gonna say success. So we're gonna say success here. So success, and also we have the error. So here we need to do, so we're gonna say payment service. So payment service dot what, dot retry. So retry failed payment. So then from here we need to pass what, payment, our payment ID. Okay, so payment ID, like that. Okay, so then after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if you have an error. So we're gonna say if we get an error, so if we get an error here, we're gonna say what, we need to return a response. So the response here, it will be gonna say error. So then we need to pass our what, so we need to get that error from our service. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to have the status. So the status will be status dot what, dot http 400 bad request. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to return the updated payment. Okay, so we're gonna say payment. So payment dot what, payment dot refresh from database, like that. So then we need to have the serializer. So serializer is equals to our what, payment serializer. So payment serializer, we're gonna pass our payment. Okay, payment, like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, it is to have the response. So we're gonna return, so return response. So the response here to be what, we need to have a message. So we're gonna say message here, message. So then we're gonna say payment. So we're gonna say payment, so payment marked for retry. Okay, so payment marked for retry, and also we need to have what, the payment. So the payment here, so we're gonna payment, so we're gonna say payment, so payment like this. Then we need to pass what, our serializer.data. Okay, so serializer.data. So that is it. So now the next thing, that if our try fails, we need to accept that one. So this one, it's when the payment does not exist. So we're gonna say payment does not exist. So here we need to return, response. So the response here, gonna say what, we need to say that, gonna say error. So the error, then we need to have what, payment. So payment not found, like that. Then we need to have what, the status. Okay, so the status here, we're gonna say status. So status dot what, http 404 not found. Okay, so that is it. So let us save that one. So that is the what, the view for retrying. So then the next one that we need to have, it is the view for refunding. Okay, the one that we're gonna use for refunding. So we're gonna API view. So the API view here, you need to do what, we need to say post. So the post method here. So then from there, the next thing that we need to have, it is what, our permission. So we're gonna say permission classes. So permission classes, so we're gonna pass what, is authenticated. Okay, is authenticated, like that. So then from there, we need to have def, gonna say refund. So def refund payment, so payment like this. So then you're gonna pass the request. Okay, so this one, we're gonna just process what, we're gonna say process. So we're gonna say process payment, so payment refund. Okay, So that is it. So then, so this is the only the consultants and admins can issue refunds, and consultants can only refund their own appointments. Admins can refund any appointment. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So the refund types that we can have here is what we can have, either full refund. So this is where you don't specify the amount, or a partial refund where you specify the amount. Okay, so we're gonna say if request. So we need to enforce the role based access. So we're gonna say if request.user.role. so if it is not in this one, so if it is not in consultant, so we're gonna say consultant. So if it is not a consultant or admin, like that, so we need to do what? We need to return a response. So the response here, we're gonna say what? We're gonna say error. So then the error, we're gonna say only. So we're gonna say only consultants. So consultants and what? Admins can process what? Can process refunds. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then we need to have the status. So we're gonna say status here. We're gonna say status dot what? Status dot http /3 forbidden. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to validate the request. So we're gonna say serializer. So serializer here is equals to what? Refund. So we have the refund payment serializer. We're gonna get the data. So the data here, you're gonna get it from the request dot what? Dot data. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to check if it is not valid. So if the serializer, dot what is valid. So if it is not valid here, we need to do what? We need to return. So we're gonna return the response. So the response here, we're gonna do what? We're gonna say serializers. So serializer dot what? Dot errors, like that. Then you're gonna have the status. So the status here will be what? Status dot http 400 bad request. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? So we need to get the payment ID. Okay, so we're gonna say payment ID. So payment ID from the request. So serializer. So serializer dot what? Validated data. From the validated data, so we need to get what? We need to get the payment ID. Okay, the payment ID, like that. So we're gonna say payment ID. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to get the amount. Okay, from the request. So we're gonna say amount is equals to what? So we're gonna say serializer. So serializer dot what? Validated. So validated data. So from the validated data, so we're gonna get, so what we need to get here, it is the amount. Okay, amount, like that. So this one will either, we're gonna get none, that is for full refund. Okay, so then we need to have the reason. So we're gonna say serializer. So serializer dot what? Validated. So validated data, like that. Then we're gonna do what? We need to get the reason here. Okay, so we're gonna say reason. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if it is consultant, we need to verify they own the appointment. Okay, so we're gonna say if request dot user dot role, if it is equals to consultant, if it is consultant here, we need to make sure that they own that one, they own the appointment. So we're gonna say payment. So payment is equals to what? We're gonna say payment. We're gonna say payment dot what? Dot objects. So dot objects dot get. So what we need to get, it is the ID. So we're gonna say ID, the one that is associated with that payment ID. So like that. Then from there we need to say if the payment, so if payment dot what? Appointment. So payment dot appointment dot consultant. So dot consultant. So dot consultant here, we need to do what? Dot user. So dot user, if it is not equal to the one that is what? That is we're gonna get from the request. So the request user, we need to return a response. Okay, so the response here gonna say what? We need to say error. So the error here gonna do what? We're gonna say unauthorized. Okay, unauthorized, unauthorized, like this. So like that. So then from there we need to have the status. So the status here, it is be what? maybe status dot 403 http 403 forbidden. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so let me save that one. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do after we check that one, we need to delegate to the service, to the service layer for what? For processing the refund payment. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So let us come to our service here. So just below this one, so below our retry, so we need also to have a static method. So static method here, so we're gonna make sure it's a transaction ID if it's either successful or full success or full failure. Okay, so dot atomic like that. So here gonna say def refund, so refund payment. Okay, so refund payment here gonna receive the payment ID, also we're gonna receive the amount, which can be none, and also we're gonna have the reason. So the reason, which can be what? It can be an empty string. Okay, so that is it. So here gonna say what? So we're gonna have the documentation string here, gonna say process payment. So payment what? Refund. Okay, refund. So either full or what? Or partial. Okay, so that is it. So now, so the refund handling varies by payment method. So for the card, we just refund via what? The Stripe. Okay, so that one will take almost 5 to 10 days to card. Okay, so then for the wallet, we need to have the instant refund to wallet balance, and then for insurance, so this one will be taken to the manual processing. Okay, so then for the business rules here, we're gonna say only completed payments can be refunded. The partial refunds are allowed, and also we're gonna have the multiple partial refunds possible. Then we're gonna track refund amount in payment, so refunded. Okay, so that is what we need to do. Okay, so we're gonna say first of all we're gonna try. So we're gonna try here. So we need to lock the payment record first. So we're gonna say payment. So payment here is equals to what? So is equals to payment. So payment dot what? Dot objects. So dot objects dot select. So select for update, that one, and then we need to do what? Select the one that is related to what? Appointment. So this appointment. So we're gonna say appointment like that. Then we need to do what? We need to get the one that is what? That is equal to our payment ID. Okay, so the payment ID that is passed there. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to validate the refund if it is possible. Okay, so we're gonna say if payment. So if payment dot status, so if it's not equal to completed. Okay, if it is not equal to completed, we just need to return false. Okay, and also we're gonna say can only refund. Okay, can only refund completed what? Completed payments. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, if it qualifies to be refunded, we need to default to full refund if the amount is what? Is not specified. Okay, so we're gonna say refund amount, so is equals to amount or the payment. So the payment amount. Okay, the one that that is passed there. So then from there, we need to prevent the over refunding. Okay, so we're gonna say if refund. So if refund amount, if the refund amount it is what? If it is greater than the payment, so payment dot what? Dot amount. So if it is greater than that one, we just need to do what? We need to return. Gonna return false, and also we're gonna say what? We're gonna refund. So refund amount cannot be what? Amount cannot exceed what? Exceed payment amount. Okay, so payment amount like that. So that is it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to route the refund based on the what? On the original payment method. Okay, so we're gonna say if the payment, so if the payment dot payment method, so payment method, this one, if it is equals to card. Okay, so if it is equals to card, we just need to do what? We're gonna use the, so we need to come here to our payment gateway. So we need to come here. So we need to have a method that will be used for what? For refund. So we're gonna say at static. So at static method here, so we're gonna say def, gonna create what? Create refund. Okay, so create a refund. We're gonna have the payment intent ID. Also we're gonna have the amount, so we're gonna have none, and also we're gonna have the reason, so which can be 9. Okay, so this one we're gonna say what? We need to have a documentation string here. Then we're gonna say create a refund. So create a refund for a completed what? So a completed payment. Okay, so like that. So then, so refund rules here, it is only that we can only refund the succeeded payments. Partial refunds are allowed the same way I told you. Then you're gonna have the multiple partial refunds possible, like that. Okay, so then what we need to do here, we need to do what? We need to have the try first. So here we need to have the refund. So refund params, so is equals to what? We're gonna say payment. So we're gonna say payment. We're gonna say payment. So payment intent. Okay, so payment intent. So here gonna get from the payment intent. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to check if the amount specified. So if the amount it is specified, we need to do the partial refund in cents. Okay, so we're gonna say if we have the amount here, we just need to refund. So the refund params here, we just need to do it to get the amount. So then we're gonna do it. So then we're gonna convert it. So we're gonna say integer, so decimal. So decimal, then we need to do it. We need to have the amount. So the amount, then we need to multiply by 100 to convert it to cents. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to add a reason if it is provided. So just come here and you say what? If we have a reason here, we need to do it. We need to say refund. So refund params here. So pass the reason. So the reason, like that, we need to do it. So this one we need to assign our reason. Okay, reason, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. So we need to create the refund. Okay, so refund is equals to what? I'm gonna say stripe. So stripe dot what? Refund. Okay, is that method. So then we need to create. Okay, so we need to create there. Then we're gonna say what? We pass the refund what? Params. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then from there we just need to return. We need to return our refund if it is success, and then there's no error. Okay, none. So then if our try fails, we need to accept that exception. So we're gonna say accept. We're gonna say stripe. So stripe dot invalid what? Invalid request error. So this one as what? As E. Then we're gonna do what? So can't refund this payment. So this one is already refunded or not succeeded. Okay, or anything else. So we're gonna say return. So return none, and also we're gonna have what? String of that exception. Okay, so that is it. Now the next one, it is if it is what? If it is authentication error. So we're gonna say what? We're gonna say I'm gonna just copy this one. So let me copy this one, the other two here, then we use them here. So we're gonna paste it here. Then that is for the authentication, and also for the other here. So for if it is what? If it is another exception, so we're gonna say refund. So refund, gonna say refund. So refund what? Refund processing. So processing failed. Okay, so that is it. Okay, so that is what we need to use in our services, so that we'll be able to create the refund using what? Just using the if it is card. Okay, so we're gonna say we need to process it. So we're gonna say refund. So we're gonna say refund here. Then we're gonna have error if it is there. So we just use the StripeGateway dot what? Dot create refund, that one. So then the payment intent ID. So we're gonna get the payment what? The payment dot transaction ID. Okay, so the transaction ID, and also we're gonna have the amount. So the amount here. So the amount here, gonna say the refund amount if it is there, like that. Then also we're gonna have a reason. So reason, gonna pass a reason if it's there. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna check if you have an error. So if it is an error, so here we need to return. gonna return false and also that error. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to store the details. Okay, so to store the refund details, so we're gonna say payment, so payment gateway response. So this one we need to get the refund. So from the response we're gonna get the refund ID, then we're gonna do what, so is equals to what, we're gonna say refund, so refund dot id. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to save it. Okay, so we're gonna payment, so payment is equals to what, payment dot save, then you're gonna have update feeds, so the feeds that you want to update here. So the first one, it is the payment gateway, so payment gateway response, so gateway response like that. Then also we're gonna have what, we're gonna have the updated at, okay, dated at, like that. So then from there, so if it is not the card, so we need to check if it is wallet. Okay, so we're gonna say else if it is wallet, here gonna say payment, so payment dot what, the payment method. So if the payment method here it is what, if it is equals to wallet, so if it is equals to wallet, so this one we just need to do an instant refund to wallet. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet is equals to what, user wallet dot objects, so dot objects dot select for update, like that. Then we do what, so then we get what we need to get, it is the user who is what, so the payment dot what, dot patient. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to do what, we do it like that. So the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to have the wallet, so wallet dot refund. Okay, so if you remember, so I think we created this one, so the refund there, so we're gonna pass the amount. Okay, so the amount here to be what, refund amount, so refund amount like this. And also we're gonna have what, description, so description is equals to what, we're gonna say refund, so for appointment, so refund for appointment. Then we're gonna get the payment, so payment dot what, payment dot appointment dot id. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to have here, it is what, we need to have the reference. Okay, so the reference, so reference here is equals to what, is equals to, gonna say refund, so refund, then we do like this. Then we need to have the payment, so we're gonna say payment dot what, payment dot transaction, so transaction ID, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the payment itself, so we're gonna say what, so we're gonna say is equals to our payment. Okay, so that is it. So now the next one, it is what, so the next one, it is for, we need to update the payment record after we check the two. Okay, so else we're gonna do what, so we're gonna update the payment record, so this one gonna update the status and the refunded amount. Okay, so we're gonna say payment, so remember we should be outside what, our else if, so we're gonna say payment dot process, so dot process refund, so we're gonna say refund, so the refund amount and also the reason. Okay, so like that. So then from there we need to, we're gonna send, you can send the notification here, so for the what, so for the refund. Okay, so you can just add it there if you want. So then you're gonna have what, true, and also you're gonna have what, none. Okay, so that is it. So then if, so we're gonna say accept, so if it is what, if our try phase, we just know that the payment does not exist first of all, so does not exist. So here we're gonna return false, gonna say return false, and also we're gonna have what, gonna say payment, so payment not found, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, so we need to have any other exception, so we're gonna say accept exception, so accept exception as what, as e. So here we're gonna do what, we need to return false, so false, and also you're gonna have the string of that exception. Okay, so that is it. So that is the method for what, for for refund. So we need to use it now to our in our views here. So in our views, so we need to make sure that we are outside we are outside the if there. So we're gonna say success. Okay, so success, then we're gonna have the error if there is, and then we're gonna say payment. So payment service, so payment service dot refund, so refund payment. Okay, so then we're gonna say payment ID. So payment ID here be our payment ID, payment, so our payment our payment ID, like that. Then we're gonna have the amount. So the amount is the one that we're gonna get here, so the amount, and also the reason. So the reason here be our reason that we're gonna get. Okay, so that is it. So now we're gonna say if error, if you have an error here, if it is the error we get from the service, we're gonna say return. So we're gonna have the response. So the response here be so we're gonna say the error. So the error, then you're gonna say error, like that. So then the next thing that we're gonna have it is the status. So we're gonna say status dot so status dot http 400 bad request. Okay, so that is it. Then from there we need to have we need to return. If it is not an error, we just need to return the response, where we're gonna just have a message. So we're gonna say message, so message like this. Then we're gonna say payment, so payment refunded. Okay, so refunded successfully, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do now, after we have done that, now we need to start working on the endpoints that will be for the wallet management. So these endpoints, we're gonna handle the user wallet operations, that is to view balance, to view transaction history, to add funds, to confirm top-ups. So now we need to start working on those endpoints. Okay, now for those views, so we're gonna start with the first one. So we're gonna say API view. So this one will be a get one. So we're gonna say get, so the get here. So then we need to have the permission classes. So permission classes here gonna do so we need to make sure it's it's authenticated. It's authenticated like that. So then from there we need to have the wallet balance. Okay, so this one will just get the get users wallet balance and the recent transactions. Okay, so we're gonna say def, so we're gonna say wallet balance, so wallet balance here. So then we need to pass the request there. Okay, so that is it. So we need to have the documentation string. So we're gonna say get user, so get users get users wallet balance, so wallet balance, so wallet balance like this. Then and the recent transactions. Okay, so recent transactions like that. So this one we're gonna return the current wallet balance and the last 10 transactions. So that is for the quick view. So then the wallet metadata, so that is the creation date and other things. Okay, so the use case of this one, it is to display on the user dashboard, to show before payment, to help choose payment method, and also for quick transaction history preview. Okay, so that is we need to do here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to get or create the wallet. So that is the lazy initialization. Okay, so the wallet is created on first access, not during user registration. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet, so wallet, then you're gonna say created. So created is equals to we're gonna say user, so user wallet dot objects. Then you're gonna say get or create. Okay, so then you're gonna say user is equals to request dot user. Okay, so that is it. So now from there we need to get the last 10 transaction for quick preview. So we're gonna say recent, so recent transactions, so recent transactions here is equals to wallet transaction dot objects. So dot objects, we need to filter, so we need to filter that wallet. So we're gonna say wallet. Okay, so like that we need to order by we're gonna order by created at in the descending order. So we're gonna say created, so created at with the descending order, then we need to get the first what, the first 10. Okay, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to serialize the wallet data. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet data. So wallet data is equals to what? Gonna say user serializer, user wallet serializer. We pass our wallet there, and then we need to do what? We need to get the data. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to add the recent transactions to response. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet. So wallet data. So wallet data. Then you need to have the recent. So recent transactions. So transactions like this. Then we need to do what? So here gonna say is equals to our wallet. So wallet transaction serializer like that. Then you need to pass the recent. So recent transactions. Then we're gonna say many. Gonna set it to true. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to do what? We need to have the data. Okay, so that is it. Then from there we just need to return the response of the wallet, of our wallet data. So that is just what we need to do here. So then the next endpoint that we need, it is the transactions that involve wallet. So we're gonna say at API view. So at API view here we need to do what? We need to just say the get. So then we need to have what? We're gonna say at permission. So at permission classes. So this one we're gonna say what? So we need to make sure that they are authenticated. Okay, yes, authenticated like that. Then from there we need to have to define our wallet. So wallet transactions. So wallet transactions. So wallet transactions here we need to pass the request. So then here we're gonna say what? The documentation string here we're gonna say get users. So get users what? Wallet transaction. So transaction history with what? With pagination. With pagination, and also we're gonna have what? And filtering like that. So this one is just the query parameters that you can pass to this endpoint. That is the page, that is integer. So the page number, by default we're gonna have 1. Then the page size, which will be the items per page. So the default we're gonna have the one that we created for 20, and the maximum that you can get from this one will be what? Will be 100. Okay, and also the transaction type. So that is to filter by type, either credit or debit or refund. Okay, so that is it. So now so the credit will be the money added to wallet. So the top ups and also the refunds. Okay, the debit money removed from what? From the wallet. So that is the payment. The refund money refunded to wallet. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do, it is to get. So we're gonna say wallet, gonna say, so this one we just need to get or create. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet, gonna say what? Wallet, and also created. Okay, so we get it. If it is not created, we're gonna create it. Okay, so we're gonna say user wallet. So user wallet dot what? Dot objects. So dot objects dot what? Get or create. Okay, so then from there gonna have the user. So user is equals to what? Request dot user. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to build the query set. So we're gonna use the selected. So select related. So which gonna reduce the queries if the transaction has related payment. Okay, so we're gonna say query set. So query set here is equals to what? We're gonna say wallet. So wallet transaction dot objects. So dot objects dot what? Dot filter. So then we need to filter what? Wallet. Okay, so wallet with what? Gonna get that wallet, our wallet there. Then we're gonna do what? We're gonna use the select. So select related. So if it is having any relationship with any other part, we need to do it with any other payment. So we need to make sure that we use the select related. Then we need to do it. We need to order them by what? Decreasing order of what? So descending order of what? Created data. Okay, so that is it. So that is the query set. We need to apply for the what? The optional filter. So we're gonna say transaction. So we're gonna say transaction. So transaction type, we need to do what? We need to say the request dot what? Dot get like that. Then we're gonna say transaction. So transaction type here. So that is it. So we're gonna check if we have it. So if the transaction type, so if you have the transaction type here, So we're gonna add it to our what? To our query set. Okay, so we're gonna say query, our query set. So query set dot filter. So we need to filter by what? Our transaction. So it's transaction type, which will be our what? Our transaction type. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. So now we need to paginate. Okay, so we're gonna say paginator. So first of all, we need to have our paginator. So we're gonna say payment what? Payment pagination, like that. So the one that we created on top there. So then we need to have the page. So the page, you're gonna say paginator. So paginator, so our paginator dot what? Paginate query set. Okay, so paginate query set. So then you're gonna pass the query set. So the query set there, then also you're gonna pass the request. Okay, so the request there. So then from there we need to check if we have page. So if page here is not what? Is not none. If it is not none here, we need to do what? We need to serialize. Okay, so we're gonna say serializer. So serializer is equals to what? Our wallet transactions serializer, that one. Then we're gonna pass the page, and also we're gonna have what? Many. We're gonna set it to true. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do is just to do it. So let me close this one. So we're gonna say, so here we need to return. So we just need to return paginator. Our paginator dot what? Paginator dot get paginated. Okay, so get paginated. So get paginated response, like that. Then we're gonna pass our serializer. So the one that we're paginating, it is what? Serializer dot what? Dot data. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a fallback if the pagination, if pagination not requested. Okay, so we're gonna say serializer. So serializer is equals to what? Our wallet serializer, wallet transaction serializer. We pass our query set. So query set. Okay, so our query set, and also gonna say many, gonna set it to true. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to return what? The response. So the response here would be what? Serializer. So serializer dot what? Dot data. So that is it. So that is the endpoint for what? For getting the user's wallet transactions. Okay, so then the next one that we need to have, it is the one that will be responsible for adding what? Adding funds to our serializer. So we're gonna say at API view. At API view here, gonna do what? So here gonna have the post method. So like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the at permission classes. So at permission classes here, then we're gonna say what? Is authenticated. Okay, so is authenticated, like that. So now, so we need to define it. We're gonna say add wallet. So wallet funds, like this. Then we're gonna have the request. So the request, like that. So this one, we're gonna have the documentation string. So we're gonna say add funds. So we're gonna say add funds to wallet. Okay, so to wallet. So this is gonna say secure. Gonna say secure. So secure, it is what? Card. Gonna say card collection. So card collection on what? On our client. Okay, we don't want to collect any card information here. So the security model here. So this endpoint never receives the card details. Instead, the backend creates the Stripe payment intent, then returns the client secret to the Flutter application. Then the Flutter collects the card via what? Via the Stripe SDK. Then Stripe processes the payment, and also now then the webhook confirms and adds funds to wallet. Okay, so the reason why this is secure, it's because the card data never touches our server. Stripe handles the PCI compliance. The ready is secure, handled automatically, and then reduced what? Liability and compliance burden. Okay, so that is why we just need to use what? So that's why we need to use that one. So the first thing that we're gonna do here, it is to validate the request data. So serializer. So serializer here, it was add funds. Okay, add funds serializer. So we're gonna pass the data. So the data, we're gonna get it from the what? From the request dot what? Dot data. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to check if it is not valid. So if the if not serializer, so if not serializer dot what is valid, okay. So if it is not valid here, we need to return a response. So we're gonna say return response. So the response here, we need to pass the serializer. So serializer dot what dot errors, okay. So dot errors here, then we need to have what, we need to have the status. So the status here will be what, status dot http 400 bad request, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the amount, okay. So we're gonna say amount. So amount, it is what, serializer. So serializer dot what, validated data. So the validated data, like that, then we need to do what, we need to get the amount. So we're gonna say amount there. So then here we need to do what, we need to have the payment method. So payment method is equals to what, serializer. So from our serializer, then we're gonna get the from the validated data. So like this, then we're gonna have what, we're gonna say payment. So payment method, okay. So payment method, like that. So that is it. Now we have the payment method, and also we're gonna do what, we have the amount, okay. So we need to check the payment limits. So this one is for fraud what, prevention, okay. So we're gonna say allowed. So allowed is allowed, then also we need to have the limit error, okay. So this one we just call the payment service. So payment service dot what, dot check. We have that method we created, check limits. We are gonna pass the request. So the request dot what, dot user, and also the amount, okay. So then from there we need to check if it is not allowed. So if not allowed, if it is false here, so if it is false here, we just need to return a response. So the response, you're gonna say what, you're gonna say the error. So the error will be what, the limit error that we get, okay. So the limit error, okay, that is it. So now then from there we need to have what, we need to have the status. So the status will be what, status dot http 400 bad request, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to be able to route based on what, on the payment method, okay. So we're gonna say if payment method here. So if the payment method here, it is what, if it is card here, we just need to do what, we need to create the payment intent. So the one that gonna return the client secret. So for what, for the Stripe SDK, okay. So we need to go to our service. So in our service we need to do what, we need to create the one that will be responsible for adding the wallet funds, okay. So we just need to come here. So here in our services here, so just below this one, okay. So we need to make sure that we are here. So this one will be what, we're gonna say static. So static method, then from there we need to have what, we're gonna have the transaction. So transaction atomic. So transaction dot atomic, like that. Then we're gonna have what, add wallet. So add wallet funds, like this. Then we're gonna say what, we're gonna pass the user, and also we're gonna pass the amount, okay. So and also we're gonna have the payment method. So payment method, like that. Then we're gonna have the, if it is PayPal, we're gonna have the PayPal email. So by default we're gonna have it none. So like that, okay. So this one we just initiate what, so this one we're gonna say initiate wallet top up, okay, top up, like that, okay. So that is it. So now, so this one we're gonna have a two-step process where we're gonna have this method to create the payment intent and then to confirm the wallet top up, okay. So that one we're gonna add the funds after the webhook, okay. So remember, we're gonna create the webhook later. So try here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to validate the amount against limits, okay. So we're gonna say allowed. So allowed here, gonna say limit error. So limit error is equals to what, is equals to our payment service. So payment service dot check. So we're gonna say check payment limits. So we pass the user, and also we pass what, the amount, okay. So we pass the amount, like that. So now the next thing we're gonna check if it is allowed. So if it is not allowed, we need to return. So here just return what, false, and also we're gonna return none, okay, and also we're gonna have the limit error, okay. So that is it. So now from there we need to get or create the wallet. No funds added yet, okay. So we're gonna say wallet. If no funds are added yet, here we're gonna say wallet, and then we're gonna have created, we're gonna say user wallet. So user wallet, so user wallet dot objects, okay. So dot objects dot get or what, get or create, like that. We pass the user, gonna pass that user there, okay. So that is it. So now we need to say if the payment method, so if the payment method here it is equals to what, is equals to card. If it is card, here we just need to do what, we're gonna create the payment intent with the metadata for webhook, okay. So we're gonna say payment method, so payment intent, not method. So payment intent here, and also we're gonna have we can have an error. So we're gonna say StripeGateway. So StripeGateway dot what, dot create payment, create payment intent. So we're gonna pass the amount, will be our amount there. So then from there, amount, you have a typo here, so amount like that. So make sure that you have it like that. So then from there you're gonna have the metadata. So metadata here be what, is equals to, so this one is going to be what, so the dictionary. So you're gonna have the user ID, okay. So the user ID here gonna get what, gonna have the string of what, user dot ID, like that. So then also you're gonna have the type. So we're gonna say type, so the type here gonna say what, it will be a wallet top up, okay. So because our webhook gonna look at this one, so the type, okay, remember that one, because we'll be using that one most of the time in our webhook when we'll be doing this one. So then we're gonna say user dot email, okay. That is the metadata. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to, so still in the card, so we're gonna check if it is an error. So if it is an error, we just need to return false, and also we're gonna have none, and then we're gonna have what, error, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to return the data for the client side card collection, okay. So we're gonna say response data. So response data is equals to what, so this one, the dictionary. So we're gonna have the wallet. So the wallet, we're gonna have the wallet, okay, or wallet there. And then also we're gonna have the client secret. So client secret, so remember that one. So this one we're gonna get it from the payment. So the payment intent dot what, dot client, okay. So client secret, so secret, like that. So then after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the payment intent ID. So we're gonna say payment, so payment intent, so payment intent ID, so like this. Then we're gonna have what, the payment, so payment intent dot ID, okay, intent, so intent dot ID, okay. So then from there you're gonna have the status. So this status you're gonna set it to what, gonna set it to pending, okay. So to pending, like that. Then from there you're gonna have the message. So the message here will be what, we're gonna say please complete what, complete payment, okay, like that. So that is it. So then from there, after we have done that, now we need to do what, we need to return true, and also we're gonna return the response data. So the response data, and also none, because there's no error. But if it is if it is what, gonna have the else if here. So else if it is the payment method, so payment method here. So if the payment method here is equals to what, PayPal. So PayPal, this one we're gonna handle later. So this one we just need to, we're gonna integrate data with what, the PayPal. So here you just need to have a placeholder. So then we're gonna say return, so return here. So we're gonna say return false, return none, and also we're gonna say PayPal not yet what, not yet implemented, okay. So not yet implemented. like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to, if it is not among the two, so we just need to return what? We need to return false, none, and also we're gonna say what? Gonna say invalid. So invalid payment, so payment method. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, if our try phase, we need to accept that exception. So we're gonna say accept exception. So accept exception as what? As E. So here you just need to return false. Okay, so then also you're gonna have what? None, and also you're gonna have what? The string of what? Of that exception. Okay, so that is it. So we're gonna save that one. So we have this one, we have an error here, so we need to do it. We're gonna save this one now. Okay, so make sure that it looks like that for the part of what? For adding the wallet funds. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to use it in our here in our views. So let us come here and we start using it here. So to use it, we just need to do what? We just need to so if the card, if it is card, we just need to have what? We need to create the payment intent. Then we're gonna return the client secret for Stripe SDK. So we're gonna say success. So success, and also you're gonna have the response data. So the response data, and also if there is an error, so just need to say what? Payment service. So payment service dot what? Dot add wallet funds. Okay, so that is it. So now the user, so the user here gonna pass our request. From the request, you need to pass the user the amount. So this one will be the amount, the one that gonna get passed here. Then you're gonna have the payment method, payment method. So payment method here is equals to what? Is equals to a payment method. Okay, so that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if it is an error. If you have an error, so if it is the error that we get, we're gonna say return. We're gonna say return response. So the response here gonna say what? Error. So then in the error, we need to pass that error that we get. So then from there, we need to have the status. So status is equals to what? Is equals to status like this. Then we're gonna say what? HTTP 400 bad request. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have we need to serialize the wallet data. So we're gonna say wallet data. So wallet data is equals to what? We're gonna say user serializer. So user wallet serializer. So we're gonna have the response what? Our response data. So then we need to get what? The wallet. Okay, so the wallet data there. So then we need to just get the data, all of it. Okay, so then from there we need to return the data for the client side card collection. Okay, so we're gonna say return. So return, so we're gonna say return response. Okay, so response like this. Then we need to do what? We need to have the message. So message like this. Then we're gonna say what? Response data. So the response, so the response data, then we're gonna do what? We're gonna get the message. Okay, so then from there we're gonna have the wallet. So the wallet here gonna say what? We're gonna say the wallet data. So wallet data like that, and also we're gonna have the client secret. So client secret. So then we're gonna say what? Response. So response, then we're gonna do what? Response data. From the response data, we need to get what? The client. So the client secret like that. Then we're gonna have what? The payment intent ID. So we're gonna say the payment intent. So payment intent ID like that. Then we're gonna say what? From the response data. Okay, so we need to get what? The payment. So payment intent. So payment intent ID like that. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna have the status. So the status, we're gonna get it also from the response data. So then we're gonna do what? We're gonna get the status. So we're gonna say status. So this one should be status like that. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to have what? we need to have the status here. So the status here, so status is equals to what? I'm gonna say status dot http 201 created. Okay, so http 201, so 201 created, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to come here, so just saved that one. So now we need to do what? So else if, so that is the payment for what? So here we're gonna say else if, so we're gonna say else if, so if it is the payment method, so the payment method is equals to PayPal. Okay, so PayPal like this. So then we're gonna do what? So currently just need to have a placeholder, so because we later gonna integrate with the PayPal, so we're gonna say PayPal email. So PayPal email is equals to our serializer. So serializer dot what? Validated, so validated data, this one. So then we need to get what? We're gonna get the PayPal. Okay, so the PayPal email. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? We need to have the I'm gonna just copy this one. Where is it? So this one for success response data and also the error. So we're gonna use it here, so we're gonna paste it here. So then from there the user, the request user, the amount, like that one. And also now the next thing that we need to have, so currently we have the payment method. So then we're gonna say PayPal, so PayPal, so we're gonna say PayPal email, so PayPal email, so is equals to what? To our PayPal email that we get. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, so we just need to check if it is error. So just need to do what? We need to copy this one. Okay, even though we can still just copy all of this one so that we can do some small changes. So we just need to come here and I'm gonna paste it there. So what we do, just check if it is an error. So if it is an error, just give that one bad request. So then we also get from the response data, get the wallet. Then from there we don't need to return what? So we don't need that one. So here we're gonna just have a message. So here from this one we just need to say what? I'm gonna say success, so successfully added what? So we're gonna say added the amount, so to wallet. Okay, like that. Okay, so then the wallet data there, then the payment intent, we don't need this one, that's one for Stripe. And then from there we need to have what? So instead of the status here, so we just need to pass it as a what? So we're gonna just say completed. Okay, and also we need to have what? So just need to have the transaction ID, so transaction ID, like that. We're gonna say what? We're gonna say response. So from the response data, so response data, so response data, we need to get what? We need to get the transaction ID, so transaction ID, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to have that comma there. Okay, so then after we have done that, now we have the response, so like that. Okay, but if it is not in the two, so if we just need to return an invalid what? Payment method. Okay, so just need to return, make sure that you outside the else if there. So we need to say return response. So the response here, you're gonna say what? You're gonna say, you're gonna have the error. So the error here, you're gonna do what? You're gonna say invalid, so invalid payment method. Okay, so payment method, like that. Then you're gonna have the status. Okay, so the status will be what? Status dot http 400 bad request. Okay, so that is it. So let me save this one. So then after doing that, now the next thing that we need to do, make sure that your endpoint look like that for adding the what? Adding the funds to our wallet. Okay, so now the next one that we're gonna have, it is the one that gonna check if the wallet top up has been processed. Okay, so we're gonna say at API view, so at API view here, So this one will be what? It will be a post, method here. So then here we need to have what? At permissions. So at permission classes, so this one we need to do what? We need to say is authenticated. So is authenticated. If it is authenticated, so then from there you're gonna have the def, gonna say confirm. So confirm wallet. So wallet payment there, then you're gonna pass the request like that. Then you need to do what? So this one we're gonna say the documentation string, we're gonna say check. So we're gonna say check. So check if wallet is what? If wallet top up. So check if wallet top up has been processed. Okay, so has been processed like this. So like that. Okay, so that is it. So this one will be called by our Flutter app after the Stripe SDK confirms payment. Okay, so this one checks if the webhook has already processed the payment. Okay, so the reason why we need this one to provide the immediate feedback to user, and then we're gonna handle the webhook delays here. Then we're gonna have the fallback if the webhook fails. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So the flow that we're gonna follow, it will be like our Flutter completes the payment via the Stripe SDK. Then the Flutter gonna call this endpoint to check the status, and also if the webhook already processed, so we're gonna return success with the updated what? Balance. Okay, if the webhook not yet received, so we're gonna return pending. Then we're gonna wait and retry. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do here is the payment intent ID. Okay, so payment intent ID, so that is what we need to provide from the front end. So request.data.get, so this one we're gonna say what? Payment. So payment intent. Okay, so payment intent ID like that. So then we're gonna say if not payment intent. So if you don't have the payment intent ID, so you don't need to do anything, so just need to return the response. Okay, so just need to come here and say the error. So the error here will be what? We're gonna say payment. So we're gonna say payment intent. So we're gonna say payment. Let us do it like this. So we're gonna say payment. So payment intent ID is what? Is required. Okay, so is required like that. So then we need to have what? We need to have the status. So the status will be what? Status.http 400 bad request. Okay, so that is it. So let me save that one. So then after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if webhook already processed this payment. So the webhook gonna create the wallet transaction with payment intent ID as a reference. Okay, so gonna say transaction. So transaction here is equals to what? We're gonna say wallet. So our wallet transaction dot what? Dot objects. So dot objects here dot what? Dot filter. Okay, so dot filter, then we're gonna have the reference. So the reference here is equals to what? Our payment. So the payment intent ID, and also the wallet user. So the wallet underscore user is equals to what? The request. So request dot what? Dot user. Okay, so then from there we need to get the first one. So the first one like this, the one that will be found there. Okay, so we're gonna say if you have the transaction here, so we need to, so it simply means the payment already processed by webhook. So we're gonna say wallet. So we're gonna say wallet here is equals to what? Is equals to user wallet. So user wallet here, then we're gonna say objects. So objects dot get. So we're gonna say user is equals to what? Is equals to our request. So request dot user like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the wallet data. So the wallet data here to be what? Our user wallet serializer. So then we're gonna get the wallet, then we need to do what? To get the data. Okay, so to give the data there, so that is the data we get. Okay, now we need to return a response. Okay, because it simply means it was processed. So here you need to have what? So this one we just need to have as a dictionary. So you need to have the message. So the message here it is what? So the message here gonna say payment. You're gonna say payment here. So payment already already confirmed. Okay, so like that, then we need to do what? We need to have the wallet data, so we're gonna say wallet. Okay, so wallet here, gonna pass our wallet what? Our wallet data, like that. Then also we're gonna have the status. Okay, so we're gonna say status there, then we need to have what? Completed. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then from there, so if we don't have the transaction, so the payment, it simply means it is not yet processed. So that is either our webhook is still pending. So what we need to do, the client should retry this endpoint in a few times. Okay, so just need to return response. So the response here gonna say what? So here gonna say message. So message like this. So then we're gonna say what? Payment. So payment being what? Being processed. Okay, so being processed like that. So then from there we need to have the status. So the status will be what? Gonna say pending. Okay, like that. So that is it. Then we need to have what? The status. Okay, so we're gonna say status. So the status here will be what? We're gonna say status. So status what? Status dot http 202. So 202. So 202 accepted. Okay, so that is it. So let me save this one. So like that. Okay, so make sure that yours also look like that. So that is the one that gonna confirm the what? The if the wallet payment is complete. Okay, so then the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to have the endpoint that gonna get the user's payment history. So we can be able to do what? To do filtering and pagination. Okay, so we're gonna say at API view. So at API view, here we need to make sure that we have the get method. So we're gonna say get. So then what we need to do here, we're gonna say permission classes. So permission classes, then we're gonna say what? Is authenticated. So it's authenticated here. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to define we're gonna name it what? User payments. Okay, so user payments like this. Then we're gonna say request. So request like that. Okay, so this one will just have a documentation string here. So we're gonna say what? This one gets users what? Users payment history. Okay, so payment history. So with filtering. Okay, filtering and what? And pagination. Okay, so that is what we need to do here. So this one returns returns different data based on the user's role. Okay, so if it is patient, we're gonna get their own what? Payments. If it is consultant, we're gonna get the payments for their appointments, and the admin gonna get all the payments. So like that. Okay, even though that one we want to implement for the admin. So we're gonna save. The first thing that we need to do, we need to build the query set based on the what? On the user role. Okay, so we're gonna say if request. So if request dot user dot role, if it is equals to our patient. So if it is equals to our patient here, we need to only the patients can see only their payments. Okay, so we're gonna say query set. So query set here is equals to what? Is equals to payment. So payment dot what? Dot objects. So dot objects dot filter. Okay, so then we're gonna have the patient. So the patient here will be what? It will be the request. So request dot user. Okay, so that is it. So just need to get them like that. Okay, so else if it is the request. So request dot user dot role is equals to what? Is equals to consultant. Okay, if it is equals to consultant here, what we need to do here, it is just what? We need to have the query set. So the query set will be what? We're gonna say payment. So from the payment there, then we need to get what? So dot objects. So dot objects dot filter. We just need to filter them. So then we're gonna have what? We're gonna filter the appointment. So we're gonna say appoint. So appointment here underscore consultant. Okay, underscore user. So is equals to what? Is equals to the request. So request dot user. Okay, so it must be equal to that one. So as you just need to say return, just need to return a response. So response here gonna have what? Gonna say error. So error, then we're gonna say invalid what? Gonna say invalid user role. Okay, so that is it. So then we're gonna have the status. So the status will be what? Status dot http 403, okay, 403 forbidden. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, after now we get the role, so now we need to apply some optional filters, the ones that you can use here. So the first one that we're gonna say status filter. So we're gonna filter by status. So filter, then we're gonna say request dot what? Dot get. So we're gonna get what? The status. So we're gonna say status like that. So status. So we're gonna get status like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if we have the status filter. So if the status filter here, it is true, we just need to pass it to our query set. Okay, so the query set, we're gonna say query set. So in the query set, we just need to filter. So the query set, we need to filter based on what? On the status. We're gonna pass our status filter. Okay, so status filter. Okay, so status filter like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to filter by what? The payment method filter. So we're gonna say payment. So payment method filter. Okay, so payment method filter, we're gonna say request. So request dot what? You can use this one to filter also. So we're gonna say what? Gonna say payment. So payment method. Okay, so you can pass that one to filter by that. So then we're gonna say if the payment method, so if the payment method filter, so if it is there, we just need to do what? We need to add it to our query set. So query set, you're gonna say what? Query set dot filter. So query set dot filter. So we filter our payment with the payment method. So the payment method, so we're gonna say payment method here is equals to our payment method filter. Okay, so like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the what? We need to optimize the query with the related data. Okay, so we're gonna say query set. So our query set will be what? Gonna say query set dot select related. Okay, so this is just for optimization. So we're gonna say appointment. So the one that is related maybe to appointment and also the patient. Okay, like that. Okay, so then from there gonna order by. So we need to order by what? Created that in the descending order. Okay, so created that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do to paginate the results. Okay, so we're gonna say paginate. So paginator, so we're gonna say paginator is equals to what? Our payment pagination. Okay, so like that, then we do it like this. So then from there we need to have the page. So the page here will be what? Our paginator. So the paginator dot what? Paginate query set. So this is all the data that we do what? So that is what we call the page. We gonna have what? All the data with the, so just we paginate it, then we send it as a what? As a whole page. Okay, so we're gonna say request like that. So just need to get the query set, we pass it there, we paginate it. Okay, so then we're gonna say if the page is not what? Is not none. If it is not none here, we're gonna say serializer. So serializer. So serializer is equals to what? Payment serializer. So like that, then we need to pass what? Gonna pass the page, and also gonna have what? Many. So many is equals to what? Is equals to true. So like that. So then from there gonna say return paginator. So paginator dot what? Dot get paginated. So get paginated response. Okay, so like that, then we're gonna say serializer. So serializer dot what? Dot data. Okay, so that is it. So then if it is not paginated, just needs to say serializer. So we're gonna say payment what? So this is the fallback, payment serializer. We're gonna pass our query set. So query set, then gonna say many, gonna set it to true. Okay, so we're gonna set it to true there. Then also you need to return the response. So the response here gonna say what? We need to say our serializer. So from our serializer we get the data. Okay, so that is it. So that is the method for what? So let me save it. So like that. So that is the method to get the user payments. So then from there we need to have also the method that we're gonna use to get the payment methods. So we're gonna say at API view. So at API view here, gonna say what? We need to have the get. So this one is just to get the list of the available available payment. So we're gonna say def, we're gonna say payment methods. Okay, so these ones you can add many as you want. So we're gonna say request. So request, so this one we're gonna just get list of what, of available, so of available payment, so payment methods. Okay, so like that. So then after we do that, we need this one gonna return the configuration of the payment methods with what, with the method identifier. So that is for the API calls. Gonna have the display label for UI, then you can also have an icon name, that is for the flat icons. Then you're gonna have enabled status. So this one you don't need to have any authentication required here. Okay, only this is a public endpoint. So like that. Okay, so that is it. So we just need to do what, we just need to have the methods. So we're gonna say methods here. So methods is equals to what, this is a list, so the list of what, of dictionary. So the first one we're gonna say what, we're gonna say value. So if the value here, we're gonna have the card like that. Also we're gonna have the label, so the label like this. Then we're gonna say what, credit. So credit, gonna pass it as capital, so we're gonna say credit. Then we're gonna say debit, so stroke debit card. Okay, like that. Then from there we're gonna have the icon. So the icon, these are just for the flutter. So we're gonna say what, gonna say the credit what, so the credit, so credit card. Okay, like that. Then we're gonna have enabled, so this one enabled, so enabled here, gonna set it to what, to true here. Okay, so that is it. So then the next one, the next dictionary, so the next payment method, so this one it is what, value. So the value here gonna say what, so we're gonna say PayPal, so PayPal like that. Then we need to have what, we need to have the label. So we're gonna say the label, so the label like this. So the label, then we're gonna say what, so the label here to be what, we're gonna say PayPal, so PayPal like this. Then also from there we need to have what, we're gonna have the icon. So the icon, gonna say PayPal, so PayPal like that. Then we need to do what, we need to make sure that it is in quotes, so make sure that it is in quotes there. Then also from there we need to have what, gonna say the icon, the enabled. Okay, so enabled here gonna say what, we're gonna set it to true like that. Okay, so then after we have done that, now we need to go to the next one. So the next one we're gonna do what, so you need to have a comma here. Then we're gonna do what, so we're gonna have the value. So the value here would be what, would be wallet, so it will be wallet like that. And also for the label, so the label, so the label here gonna say what, we're gonna say the wallet balance, so wallet balance like that. Then also we're gonna say what, the icon, so the icon here gonna say what, gonna use the account, gonna say account balance wallet. Okay, account wallet like that. Okay, so that is it. So also we need to have what, enabled, so enabled we're gonna set it to true. Okay, so that is it. Then lastly we need to have the insurance, so just need to come here and you do what, so this one we're gonna say, gonna have it like this. Then we're gonna say value, so the value here gonna say what, insurance, so insurance like that. And also we're gonna say what, label, so we're gonna say label. Then we're gonna say what, we're gonna say insurance, so insurance like that. And then we're gonna have the icon, so the icon here will be what, we're gonna use the health, gonna use the health and what, and safety icon. Okay, so safety like that. So also we're gonna say what, enabled, so enabled. So this one we're gonna say what, gonna set it to true. Okay, so that's a bold there. So that is it. So we're gonna have it like that. So let me save it. So you can see that is our, so that is the methods. So then the next thing, so just need to return them. Okay, so just need to return the response. So in the response you just pass what, our methods. So that is it. So now after we have done that, now we have what, so these are the endpoints that we need to use. so in our front end. Okay, so make sure that you have them like that, so that you'll be able to build what, the endpoints. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to start working on the URLs, and also before working on the URLs we need to work on our webhooks. Okay, so let us go and start working on them. So now we need to do what, we need to create the webhooks here in our payment. So we need to have a file that we're gonna name it what, webhooks. Okay, so webhooks.py. So this one will be the Stripe webhook handler. So webhooks are the HTTP callbacks that Stripe sends to notify our server about events. Okay, so this is the authoritative source of the truth for payment status. Okay, so the reason why we have the webhooks here, it's critical because we need to have reliability. So Stripe retries failed webhooks automatically, asynchronous, so handles delayed payments, that is the back transfer, the ready, secure, and others. So for the security, user can't claim payment without what, Stripe confirmation and completeness, so catches all the payment events, that is disputes, refunds, and others. Okay, so how the webhook works is that first of all you need to have the payment event that occurs in the Stripe, so that is either payment succeeds, fails, or other things. Okay, so then Stripe sends a post request to our webhook URL, the one that we're gonna have, and then our server verifies the signature, so this one prevents the forgery, and also our server processes the event and updates the database, and then our server gonna respond with what, 200 okay. Yeah, so if not 200 okay, so Stripe gonna do the retries webhook. Okay, so that is it. So now for you to get started to set up a Stripe what, so to have the webhooks, you need to come where, so let me open the where we were in the Chrome. So here, so remember we had that part, so now we have this part for developers. Okay, and also we have what, webhooks. Okay, so just need to open this one. Okay, so it will open something. So as you can see here in the webhooks, we have the webhooks here. You can what, you have the quick start guide, you can view if you want. So we're gonna be able to understand how to use the webhooks, so make sure that you go through it so that you'll be able to understand the webhooks. Okay, so you can be able to go through it, so make sure that you can be able to understand how things go. Okay, you can be able to choose the different languages you have here. Okay, so then we need to come back here. So in here you can be able to do what, so you can add the destination. So the destination, this is your endpoint, so you can be able to do what, to first of all you select the events. So maybe you want the events that you want to take place in your what, in your application, maybe for billing, so maybe billing meter created. So these are the events, you can select multiple of them if you want, and then you can be able to do what, to say create. Okay, so then you're gonna have what, webhook endpoint or that one, so you just need to select maybe this one. Okay, so then you do what, so then you press continue, so like that. Okay, so then we have what, so here we need to, the destination name you can define there, then the endpoint, so this is the endpoint of your what, of your server. Okay, so maybe http, maybe / for your domain.com API payments, then you're gonna have the webhook Stripe. Okay, so that is it. So then you can have the what, so just do like that. Okay, so then, so me I want to do this one. So when you come here in the events, you can be able to see what, the events currently I tested. So you can see we have what, for example, we're gonna use the charge updated, payment intent succeeded, charge succeeded, payment created, if like that. Okay, so that is it. So you need to make sure that you understand that one, so make sure that you we are familiar with that place. So I'm gonna show you how we're gonna test our application in the terminal. As I told you, make sure that you do it. You create the Stripe account, and also you make sure that you have what? You have the what? You have the CLI, the Stripe CLI. Okay, so because you're gonna use that one to test the application. So you first of all need to say import Stripe here. So we're gonna say from Django. So from Django.config. So we need to import what? We're gonna import the JSON. So JSON response. So we're gonna say JSON. So this one you're gonna import, first of all you need to import settings. So from the config. So then you're gonna say from Django. So Django.http. We need to import what? We need to import the JSON. So JSON response and also the HTTP response. Okay, so that is it. Then you're gonna have the from Django. So from Django dot what? Dot views. So dot decorators. So dot decorators. Then you're gonna say what? Dot CSRF. So cross-site request forgery. So we're gonna say import. We need to import what? CSRF exempt. Okay, so that is it. Then we're gonna say from Django. So from Django dot views. Okay, so dot views dot decorators. So dot decorators here. So dot what? Dot HTTP. We need to import require. I'm gonna say import require what? Require HTTP methods. Okay, so then gonna say from Django. So from Django dot models, not dot models, dot DB. We need to import transaction. So we need to import transaction here, and also we're gonna say from our models. So from our models we need to import what? Gonna import payment. Okay, we need to import payment. Okay, so that is it. Then we're gonna say what? So then we need to import our services. So we need to import from our services. So from our services we need to import our what? Our payment service. Okay, payment service, like that. So then from there we can have what? We're gonna import logging. So logging, like that. So then from there we need to have what? We need to have the logger. So the logger here. So the logger is equals to what? We're gonna say logging. So logging dot get logger. So get logger. So get logger. So get logger, like this. Then we need to have underscore name, like that. Okay, so that is it. So the first thing that we need to do here. So first of all we need to use our exempt. So gonna say add CSRF exempt. Okay, so Stripe can send a CSRF token here. So that's why we need to exempt that one. Then we need to have what? We're gonna require HTTP methods. So the only one that we need here is what? The only required here is the post method. Okay, so we're gonna say post. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do is to define our Stripe webhook. Okay, so webhook here. So this one we're gonna pass the request. Okay, so like that. So this one will be the main what? I'm gonna say so main Stripe. So main Stripe what? Webhook. So webhook endpoint. So this one gonna receive and gonna route all the what? All the Stripe events. Okay, all the Stripe events here to appropriate handlers. Okay, appropriate handlers, like that. So that is the documentation string that we need here. So here we're gonna have the events that we need to handle here, which is the payment intent succeeded. So when the payment completed successfully. Also we're gonna handle the payment intent, the payment failed. So when the payment declined or failed. So then also we're gonna handle the payment intent dot cancelled. So when the user or the payment cancelled the payment, then the charge refunded. So refund processed. Also we're gonna have the charge. So what we need to do here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to extract the raw payload and signets. Okay, So we're gonna payload, so we're gonna name it payload is equals to request, so request dot what, dot body. Okay, so that is the payload. Then we can have the signature header. So the signature header here is equals to what, is equals to the request, so request dot meta. Okay, so dot meta like this. So then we need to get, so what we need to get, it is the HTTP, so HTTP stripe signature. Okay, so signature like that. So we need to verify the signature if it exists. So the signature exists. First of all, we're gonna say if not signature head. So if we don't have the header there, so the signature header, we need to return. Okay, we need to return, so we need to return the HTTP response. So we're gonna say status, so the status we're gonna pass it is 400. Okay, the bad request. So then after we do that, we need to try. Okay, so first of all, we need to verify the webhook signature and construct the event. Okay, so this one prevents the attackers from sending fake webhooks. Okay, so you're gonna say event, you're gonna say stripe. Okay, so stripe dot what, webhook. Okay, so webhook dot what, construct event. So this one we're gonna say payload, we need to pass the payload there. Okay, also we need to have the signature header, and also we need to have what, the stripe webhook. So this one, remember, we're gonna create it, so the one that we're gonna pass here, so stripe webhook secret. I'm gonna show you how to get this one, so when you'll be doing the part for testing. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, it is to accept that if we are try phase, so accept, so we're gonna say value error. So then we're gonna say what, we need to return. So if it is a value error, we just need to return the HTTP response, so which will be what, it will be the 400, the bad request. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to extract the event details. Okay, so we're gonna say event type, so event type here is equals to what, is equals to the event. Okay, so from the event we need to get the type. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, so we need to do what, so from there we need to have the event data. So the event data, so this one will be what, from the event we need to get what, so from the event we need to get the data. Okay, so then also we need to get the object, so the object. Okay, so this one will be the payment intent, charge and others. Okay, so that is the event data. So then the next thing that we need to do after we have done that, now we need to try. So we're gonna have a try here. So we need to route to have we're gonna have different handlers that gonna handle different events. Okay, so that is what we need to do here. We're gonna say if the event type, so if the event type here, so the event type here, it is equals to what, gonna say payment, so payment intent dot what, succeeded. Okay, so succeeded. So if it is that one, so we need to do what, we need to have a method that gonna handle that one. Okay, so just need to come here below, so that one still there. So we're gonna say at static, so at a static method, not a static method here, we're gonna say what, at transaction, I want to say at transaction dot atomic. Okay, so dot atomic, so this one, it's either all the DB operations succeed or none does. Okay, so we need to make sure that this one, so this one should be outside here. Okay, so we need to make sure that this one should be there. Okay, so now after we have done that, we're gonna say def, we're gonna say handle payment what, handle payment intent succeeded. Okay, so succeeded, so this is the one. So we're gonna get, so what we need to pass it is the payment intent like that. Okay, so this one can handle a successful payment. Okay, so we need to have a documentation string, and we're gonna say handle successful what, so successful payment. Okay, so that is it. So now, so this one is called when the payment is successfully completed. So this one gonna handle two different flows. So the appointment payments, so which will have the payment ID in metadata, and also gonna have what, the wallet top-ups, so which has the type wallet top-up in what, in its metadata. So the reason why we have the metadata, so the reason that we need to check the metadata is because same webhook handles different payment types. Okay, so metadata distinguishes between them, so then also routes to appropriate processing logic. Okay, so that is it. So what we're gonna do here, we need to try. So here we're gonna have the payment ID, so payment intent ID, so intent ID, so which we're gonna say what, payment intent. So from the payment intent we get here, we need to get the ID. Okay, so then we need to have the metadata. So the metadata is equals to payment, so the payment intent, then we need to do what, we need to get, so we need to get the metadata. Failure to that, we just pass what, we gonna get an empty dictionary there. So now we need to check the payment type from the metadata. So we're gonna say payment type, so payment type is equals to what, metadata. So metadata dot what, dot get, so we're gonna get what, the type. Okay, like that. Then need to do what, if it's not there, just pass an empty string there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the wallet top up. Okay, so we're gonna say if the payment type, so if the payment type here we get, it is what, remember we had this one, wallet type, so like this one. So if it's a wallet type, we need to have what, we need to say success. So this one we just need to use what, so we need to use our services to do what, to delegate that one. Okay, to confirm the what, the payment service for payment for wallet. Okay, the wallet top up. Okay, so that is what we need to create, so the one that we're gonna confirm with. Okay, so what we need to do here, we need to come here to our service. So just come below this one. So this one we're gonna say at static method. So at static method, so here what you need to do, we need to make sure it's a transaction atomic. So transaction dot what, atomic. So transaction atomic, so we're gonna say define confirm. So we're gonna say confirm wallet top up. So this one gonna receive the payment what, the payment intent ID. So that is it. So this one will just confirm the wallet top up. So we're gonna say confirm, so confirm wallet what, gonna say wallet top up. So wallet top up after what, after successful Stripe payment. Okay, so now, so what happens here is this one will be only called by webhook. So this is never directly used by the user. Okay, so the payment intent, it is created, then the client secret, it is returned to the app. So the Flat app collects the card via the Stripe SDK. So then the Stripe processes the payment. Stripe sends the webhook to our server, and then this method adds the funds to wallet. Okay, so that is what we're gonna do here. So the reason why this is webhook based, because this one prevents the fraud. So user can't claim payment without Stripe confirmation. Okay, so then this one gonna handle the async operations, so the bank transfers and others. Then also it is reliable, so the Stripe retries failed what, webhooks. Okay, also we're gonna prevent the double crediting. Okay, so here gonna say try. So try here gonna say what, first of all need to verify payment with the Stripe. Okay, so we're gonna say payment, so payment, so we need to verify that one. We need to create a retrieve payment intent. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to get the payment intent. Okay, so also we need to have what, the error, and then we're gonna say Stripe, so StripeGateway dot what, retrieve. So we're gonna say retrieve payment intent. So we're gonna pass our payment what, our payment intent ID there. So then we're gonna check if it is an error. So if it is an error here, we're gonna say what? Gonna say return. So we're gonna return false, and also gonna have the error. Okay, so we're gonna have the error there. Okay, so that is it. So then we're gonna only credit to the wallet if the payment actually succeeded. Okay, if the payment intent, so payment intent dot status, so if it is equal, if it's not equal to succeeded, so if it is not equal to succeeded, if it is not equal to succeeded here, we need to do what? We need to return. So we're gonna return false. Okay, also gonna say payment, so payment not succeeded. Okay, so succeeded, like that. Then we're gonna have what? Gonna have the payment, so payment intent dot status. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to extract the metadata, so saved during the initiation. Okay, so gonna say the metadata, so metadata here gonna payment intent, so payment intent dot what? Metadata, like that. So then we're gonna get the user ID, so user ID you're gonna get it from the metadata. So we're gonna say meta, so metadata dot what? Dot get, then we're gonna get what? The user ID. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to convert from cents to dollars now. So we're gonna say amount is equals to what? Decimal. So decimal here will be what? Gonna be the string of what? Payment intent. So payment intent dot what? Dot amount, then we need to divide by what? 100. Okay, so that is converting it to dollars. So we need to check if we don't have the user ID. So if we don't have the user ID, we need to return, gonna return false. Also gonna say what? Missing, so missing user ID in what? Payment, so payment metadata. Okay, so metadata, payment metadata, like that. So then from there we need to get the user and the wallet with the logs. Okay, so we're gonna say from authentication. So from authentication, gonna say from authentication. So from authentication dot what? Dot models. So dot models, we need to import the user, so our user, like that. So we're gonna say user is equals to our user, so user model dot what? Dot objects. So dot objects dot what? We need to get the one that is associated with that user ID. Okay, the ID that is associated with that ID. So then we need to have the wallet, so the wallet will be our user wallet. Okay, so user wallet, then dot objects, so dot objects dot select for, so select for update, like that. So we're gonna say get, so then the get here gonna say what? User is equals to user. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to prevent double processing from duplicate webhooks. So Stripe may send same webhook multiple times. Okay, so we're gonna say existing, so we're gonna say existing transaction, so transaction here is equals to what? Wallet transaction. So we're gonna say wallet transaction, so wallet transaction dot objects. Okay, dot objects dot filter. So dot filter, we need to have the reference, so the reference here, so the reference here, so the reference, so is equals to what? We're gonna say payment, so our payment intent ID. Okay, so that is it. So we need to check first. Okay, like that. So then we do like that. So then you're gonna say if existing transaction, so if it is existing, we just need to return, true and also none. Okay, so this one it's already processed. Okay, then we're gonna return success there. So that is it. So then if it does not exist, so we just need to do what? We need to add funds to the wallet. Okay, so we're gonna say wallet, so wallet dot add funds. So remember that method we created there. So the amount is equals to what? Is equals to the amount that is passed there. Then the description, so the description will be gonna say wallet, so we're gonna say wallet, so let us have capital. so wallet top up via card, okay, like that. So then we need to have the reference. So the reference here is equals to what? Is equals to our payment intent ID, okay. So payment intent ID, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to update the limits for fraud prevention, okay. So we're gonna say payment service, our payment service here. So payment service dot what? We need to update daily. So update daily limits. Then we're gonna say user. So user, then we're gonna say amount, okay. So like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we just need to return, okay. So we're gonna just return, even though here you can send the notifications if you wish. So the ones to the user, okay. So here gonna return true, and also we can do what? We can do none, okay. So because it succeeds. So now if our try fails, so if our try, it simply means what? We have what? So we're gonna say except. So except user. So user does not what? Does not exist, okay. So user does not exist here. We need to return, gonna return false. So false, and also gonna say user not found, like that. So that is it. So then it can be wallet that is missing. So we're gonna say user wallet. So user wallet dot what? Does not exist. So does not exist here. So we're gonna say return. So we just need to return false, and also we need to say wallet not. So wallet not found, like that. So then if it is another exception, so we need to catch it here. So we're gonna say exception. So exception as what? Exception. So exception. So as what? As E. Then we're gonna return. So we're gonna return false. So and also we're gonna have what? String of that exception there, okay. So that is it. So let me save this one. So like that, okay. So make sure that you have it like this. So that is the one that will be used for what? For the wallet top up, okay. The one that our webhook gonna communicate with. So we need to do what? So it will either be a success or error. So we are gonna say payment service. So payment service. So payment service dot what? Confirm. So we're gonna say confirm wallet top up. So we're gonna pass our payment. So our payment intent ID, okay, like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna check if it is error. So if it is error here, we need to do it. You can just log here, or you can just skip it, okay. So then you can just work on them, but I'm gonna leave it like this. So we're gonna just have that one there. So then after doing that, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to do what? We need to have the, if it is the appointment, so that is for the wallet. So now we need to have what? We need to have for the appointment, okay. So for the appointment here, we just need to find the payment record by transaction ID, okay. So we're gonna say try. So here we're gonna say payment. So payment here. So payment is equals to what? So we're gonna say payment is equals to a payment. So we're gonna say payment, our payment dot what? Dot objects. So dot objects dot select for update, like that. Then we do what? So we're gonna say select related, like that. We're gonna say the appointment. So appointment, and also the what? The patient, okay. So we're gonna say patient, like that. So then from there we need to get the transaction what? The transaction ID, okay. So the transaction ID, like that, which will be our payment, gonna associate it with what? Our payment ID, the one that is associated with that ID. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to, if the payment does not exist, so this one can happen if the payment was deleted, or the payment intent created outside our system, or the metadata wasn't set correct, okay. So we're gonna say except. So except if the payment, so payment does not what, so payment dot does not, so does not exist. So if it does not exist here, so we just need to do what, we need to return only. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So now we need to, after we have done that, now we need to prevent the double processing. So we need to check here. So just need to come here and we say if payment, so if the payment dot status is equals to what, is equals to completed. If it is completed here, we just need to do what, we just need to return. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to extract the card information for display. So we're gonna show the user the last 4 digits and the brand. Okay, maybe Visa, MasterCard and others. Okay, so we're gonna say card info. So card info, so card info here is equals to what, is equals to none here. So then we're gonna check if the payment intent, so this one should not be there, so none. Then from there we're gonna say what, we're gonna say if the payment intent, so if our payment intent here dot get, so if we get the charges, okay, gonna say charges dot charges here, we're gonna say what, and the payment intent, so the payment intent dot what, so the payment intent dot, not dot, we're gonna say get charges, like that. So then we need to get the data, so from the charges. Okay, so if our intent charges has the data, we need to do what, we need to charge. Okay, so we're gonna say charge, so the charge that is charged, we're gonna say payment intent, so payment intent, so this one we pass what, the charges. Okay, so then the from the charges we need to have what, we get the data. So then the data, we just need to get the first one, so like that. Okay, so we're gonna say if the charge dot get, okay, so we're gonna say dot get here, so we get the payment, so the payment what, the payment method details. Okay, so if we get the payment method details, so if we get that one, if it's not there, just need to pass there an empty dictionary. So we need to get, so we need to get the card, so from our charge. Okay, so then after we do that, so here we need to have the card, so the card will be what, we're gonna say the charge. So from the charge you need to get what, the payment, so payment method, so payment method details. Okay, so payment method details, then we need to do what, we need to have what, we need to have the card part of it. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the card info, so card info is equals to what, so this one will be a dictionary. So here we're gonna say what, the last 4, so the last 4 like this. Then we're gonna do what, so we're gonna say card, so the card will be what, gonna have the last, so the last 4 like that. So we do it like that. Then also we're gonna have the brand, so the brand here, so the brand, so this one it is what, we're gonna say card, so then we're gonna say brand, so brand like that. Then we're gonna get the title, so not like this, so we're gonna say dot title like that. Okay, so then we need to make sure that it is what, so that one will be like that. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to update the payment gateway response, okay, with the latest data. So we're gonna come here, so make sure you outside what, our if there. So then we're gonna do what, we're gonna say payment, so we're gonna say payment dot what, payment gateway. Okay, so payment gateway, so we need to update this one. So this one will be is equals to, so this one, so first of all we need to have the payment, so payment intent, so payment intent ID. So then we're gonna do what, we're gonna say we're gonna pass the payment intent ID, the one that we get here. Okay, so then from there we need to have the status, so the status here will be what, payment intent. So from the payment intent, so we need to do what, we need to get the status, so status like that. So then from there we're gonna have the amount. Okay, so the amount received, so the amount received here we need to do what, we need to say the payment intent, so the payment, from the payment intent dot get, we need to get the amount, so the amount received, like that. Then we need to do what? We need to have 0 if it's not there, so 0, and also we need to divide by what? By 100. Okay, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come out of that one payment gateway response. So then we need to have to save it. Okay, so we're gonna save payment, our payment here dot save. Okay, so what we need to update here, the update fields, we're gonna pass what? We're gonna pass our payment what? Our payment response gateway. So we're gonna copy this one, so then we're gonna come and paste it here like that. Then from there we need to have what? Also updated at. Okay, so updated at, like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, it is to mark our payment as completed. Okay, so this one we're gonna update the status, timestamp, and also the card info. So we're gonna say payment dot mark as what? Mark completed. So we're gonna say payment intent ID, like that one, and also we're gonna have the card info. Okay, so the card info, we pass it to that point. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to do what? So if our try phase, here, so the main try there, so we need to accept that exception. So we're gonna say accept exception, so accept exception, so accept exception as what? As E. Then we're gonna say what? So here we just need to logger, so logger dot error, so logger dot error. Okay, so this one we just say what? Can just say error handling, so error handling payment success. Okay, so like that. Then we need to have the what? The string of that exception. Okay, so then we're gonna say that, we're gonna say what? Exec info, so we're gonna set to true. Okay, so that is the exception information. Okay, so we need to save this one. So we have what? So it seems like we have an error. Oh yeah. So after we have done that, we just need to call it to our what? To our payment intent, so the one that is handling that. If the event it is succeeded, we just need to just come here and we say what? Gonna say handle what? Payment intent succeeded. So we're gonna pass the event. Okay, so the event data. Okay, so that is it. So now the next one, it is what? When the payment intent it is failed, so we're gonna say else if. So we're gonna say event type. So if the event type here, so the event type is equals to what? Gonna put that on. So we're gonna say payment. So we're gonna say payment. So payment intent. So payment intent dot what? Payment failed. Okay, so we're gonna say payment failed, like that. Failed. So failed, like that. So we need to create the method that we're gonna use to handle the when it has failed. Okay, so now for the method for the payment to handle the what? So we need to come here. So just need to do it. So here gonna say at static, so not at static. So this one will be a transaction. So transaction dot atomic. Okay, so this one you're gonna say def, gonna say handle. So handle payment, so payment intent. So payment intent failed. Okay, so this one we're gonna pass the payment intent. Okay, so payment intent there. Okay, so that is it. So for this one, what we're gonna do, so this one gonna handle the payment failed. Okay, so just need to come here and we have a documentation string here. So we're gonna say handle. So we're gonna say handle what? Handle failed payment. Okay, failed payment. So the thing is, so this is called when the payment fails due to either the card is declined, so that is the insufficient funds, fraud, or anything else. Also the authentication failed, so when you're using the ready secure. So and also if there is kind of technical error. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, we need to try. So what we need to try here, we're gonna get the payment, so payment intent ID, so is equals to what? We're gonna say payment intent, So from the payment intent here, we're gonna get the ID. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to have the metadata. So the metadata here, it will be payment intent dot get. So we're gonna get the metadata. So metadata. So but if it is not there, just pass an empty dictionary. So then we're gonna have the payment. So the payment type, so is equals to metadata. So metadata dot what? Dot get. So then you're gonna get the type, but if it's not there, just pass an empty string there. So then the next thing that we need to do, so for the wallet top ups, we just need to do what? So we won't do anything there. So this one, there is no database record to update. Okay, so but for the appointment payments, we need to mark it as what? As failed. Okay, so we're gonna say payment. So payment here is equals to what? We're gonna say payment. So payment dot what? Objects. Okay, so dot objects dot select for what? So select for update. Then we're gonna say what? We're gonna say dot get, not like this. We're gonna say dot get. But if you can log if you want to check to have the logs. So then we need to have the transaction ID. So transaction. So transaction ID here, it is equals to what? Our payment intent ID. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do after we have done that, so we need to have to extract the failure reason for the user feedback. Okay, so we're gonna say failure. So failure reason is equals to what? We're gonna say payment intent. So payment intent like this. Then we're gonna get what we need to get. It is the last payment what? The last payment error. Okay, so like that. If it is not there, just do what? Just pass an empty dictionary. Then we need to get, so we're gonna get the message. Okay, and then if it is not there, just say what? Unknown. So unknown error. Okay, like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to update the payment status and the reason. Okay, so payment dot mark failed. Okay, so we're gonna say mark failed. So we're gonna pass the failure, so the failure reason. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then from there, so if our try fails, you need to accept that exception. So the payment does not exist. So if the payment does not exist, so here you can just do what? You can just log a warning. So logger dot warning. So logger dot warning here, you can say payments. So payment. So we're gonna say payment. So we're gonna say payment. Then we pass the payment ID. So we're gonna say payment. So payment dot what? Dot ID. Marked what? Marked not payment. You can do what? Payment this one. You can say payment dot what? Payment not found. Okay, not found for what? For failed payment intent. Okay, so the payment intent like that. Okay, so that is it. So intent there. So then the next thing that we need to do, you can just have this one, and then you have the payment intent. So then you get what? You get the ID there. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So then if it is another exception, you just do what? You can be able to come here, and you can log it also if you want. So then here we need to do what? We need to call that method. So the one that is responsible for what? For our so we're gonna say handle. So handle the failure. Okay, so the failure here gonna pass what? The event. So the event what? Gonna pass the event data like that. Okay, so that is it. So now as if it is what? The event type. So if the event type here, is equals to what? We're gonna say payment. So we're gonna say payment. So payment intent. So payment intent dot what? Cancelled. So cancelled like that. So we need to have what? The method that gonna handle the intent that is cancelled. So we need to do what? We need to come here. You can just come here and you do what? At transaction. So at transaction like that. So then from there, gonna say at transaction atomic, like that. Then we're gonna say what def handle payment, handle payment intent. So intent cancelled. So intent cancelled. Then we're gonna say payment. So payment intent, okay. So payment intent, like that. So this one we're gonna say handle. So handle cancelled. So handle cancelled what? So cancelled what? So this one should be cancelled, okay. So remember the spelling, so because the spelling might bring some issues, so you need to make sure that this one is single L, not double. And also even for the method here, you need to have a single L there, okay. So we're gonna say cancelled payment, so payment, like that, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, this is called when the user abandons the checkout, the payment times out, maybe the system cancels the payment, is it the appointment cancelled, like that, okay. So we're gonna say try. So what I'm gonna do, I need to do what, I'm gonna just copy this one. So this one for that we have here, so we need to copy this one. So let me copy it well. So just come up to here. So I'm gonna copy this one and I'm gonna use it here. So like that, okay. So we're gonna get the payment ID, so the payment type there, and also, so then also we get what, we get the so we get the select for update, this one, and then for get the transaction ID, like that. Then we mark, so we mark as failure. So the failure reason here, we don't want to use this one, so we're gonna remove this one first. So then to mark this failure, so we need to do what, we need to say payment. We're gonna say payment, so we're gonna say payment, so payment cancelled. So cancelled by what, by user, okay. So that is it. So then from there we're gonna have that one, like that. So then, so this one gonna say payment not what, so you can say payment not found there, and also we're gonna have also the other exception if you want, okay. So that is it. So now we need to use it. So we're gonna say handle. So we need to say handle what, so we need to handle payment cancelled, okay. So like that. So then you're gonna pass the event data, okay. So that is it. So now the next one, it is what, else if. So else if the event type, so the event type here, so if the event type is equals to what, is equals to the charge, so charge dot what, refund, okay. So charge dot refunded. So if it is refunded, so we need to have what, the method to handle that one, the one that will be responsible for that one. So we need to come here below. So we're gonna say at transaction, so we're gonna say at transaction, okay. So dot atomic, so dot atomic here, gonna say what, def handle what, so handle charge, gonna say handle charge refunded, so refunded, like this. Then you're gonna say what, charge, like that, okay. So charge, so we're gonna name it like that. So this one we're gonna say handle, so handle refund, gonna say handle refund what, processed, okay. So processed, like that. So then from there, what you need, this one is called when refund is issued, so either via the API or the Stripe dashboard. So this one updates the payment record with the refund information, okay. So the refund scenarios that we can have, it is what, we can have a full refund, or money is returned, partial refund, some money returned, and then multiple partial refunds can refund multiple times, okay. So then what we need to do, we need just to do what, so I'm gonna just, so here we need to have try, so we're gonna say try. So here in the try, we need to do what, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to get the payment intent ID from charge, okay. So we're gonna say payment, so payment intent, so intent ID is equals to what, gonna say charge. From the charge you're gonna get, So what we need to get is the payment, so payment intent, okay, like that. So that is it. So we're gonna say if it is not, so if you don't have the payment intent, so if you don't have the payment intent ID, so you just need to return, okay. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to find our payment record. So we're gonna say payment, so payment is equals to what, payment, so payment dot what, dot objects, okay. So then we're gonna say select for update, so select for update like this. Then we're gonna say what, dot get, so then we're gonna have the transaction ID, so transaction, so transaction ID is equals to what, our payment intent ID, okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to convert the cents to dollars. We're gonna say refund amount, so refund amount, so refund amount is equals to what, is equals to charge, so charge dot what, so dot get. So then you're gonna say amount, so amount refunded, okay, so amount refunded like this. So then if it is not there, just pass get 0. Then we need to do what, we need to divide by 100, okay. So that is it. So if the payment, so if the payment dot status, so if the payment dot status is the same as what, refunded, so this one, it is to prevent double processing. So we're gonna say if it is refunded, so if it is refunded here, you just need to return, okay, you won't do anything there. But if it is not, you just need to update the payment with the refund details, okay. So we're gonna say payment, so payment dot process a refund. So we're gonna say the amount, so the amount is the refund amount, so refund amount, and also the reason, so the reason is equals to what, it is refunded. I'm gonna say refunded via what, so via Stripe, okay, so via Stripe like that. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, after we do that, now we need to store the refund metadata, okay. So we're gonna say payment, so payment dot payment gateway response. So this one, we need to do what, first of all, we need to get the refund info, okay. So we're gonna say, so this one, so this is what we need to update, so the refund info. So this one, we're gonna get what, we're gonna say, so the first one is the amount, so the amount here will be what, so we're gonna say the refund, so the refund amount, okay. So then from there, we're gonna say refunded at, so refunded, so refunded at, so this one, we're gonna say what, we're gonna say charge dot get, we're gonna say charge dot, so charge dot get, so we're gonna get what, the created, okay, like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do after we have done that, now we need to update our database. So we're gonna payment dot what, so payment dot save, so payment dot save. Then we're gonna do what, so we're gonna have the update feeds, so the update feeds here will be what, so our payment gateway response, okay. So we're gonna gonna copy this one, and then I'm gonna paste it here like that. Then from there, we need to have what, also we need to have the updated at, okay, so updated at like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to accept the exception. So we're gonna say except if the except, it is the payment does not exist, so payment does not exist. If it does not exist, we just do what, so just need to logger these ones, so logger.info. So we're gonna say logger.info, so logger.info here. Then we're gonna say what, we're gonna say payment, we're gonna say payment, so payment what, payment not found. So we're gonna say payment not found for what, for refunded, okay. So the refunded, so the refunded charge, okay, like that. So that is it. So let me save this one. So then from there, so we need to come here and you do what, and then we call our method, so the one that is responsible for what, for handling the what, the refund, okay. So just need to come here and you say what, handle, so handle charge refunded. So this one, we just need to pass the event what, the event data, okay. So that is it. So now the next one is what, when there is charge dot dispute dot created, okay. So we need to work on that one. Else if, so we're gonna say else if here the event type, so the event type here, so if the event type here is equals to what, we're gonna say charge, so charge dot what, dot dispute, okay, so dot created, okay, when there is a dispute that is created, so just need to come here. So then you're gonna say what, at transaction, okay, so we're gonna say at transaction what, so this one you don't need to have a transaction, so you just need to have handle what, we're gonna say handle dispute, so handle dispute created, okay, so created like this. So this one we're gonna pass the charge, okay, so then so this one we're gonna do what, gonna handle the payment dispute, okay, gonna say handle, so handle the payment what, so payment, so handle payment what, payment dispute. So these are the chargebacks, okay, so we're gonna say chargeback like that. So then from there we need to do what, this is called when the customer disputes a charge with the bank, okay, so this is, so this one is a serious one. So the common dispute reasons may be fraudulent, so customer claims they didn't authorize charge, unrecognized, customer doesn't recognize business name, product not received, so service not delivered, and also product unacceptable, so the service quality what, issues, okay. So the actions to take here is to log the dispute details, to notify the admin immediately, and to prepare the evidence, so the appointment records, communications, so then also to respond to dispute in what, in Stripe dashboard, okay. So this one we won't do a lot here. So the first one we're gonna do here, so we're gonna do try. So this one we're gonna say payment intent, so we need to say try, so try, so try here, so try, what we need to try here, we're gonna say the payment intent, so payment intent, so payment intent ID is equals to what, gonna get it from the charge dot get, so charge dot get, so here you need to get the payment intent, okay, so payment intent like that. So that is it. So then after we do that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if not payment intent. If there is no payment intent ID, we just need to return, okay, so that is it. So then we need to get the payment, so we're gonna say payment is equals to what, payment objects, so payment dot objects, okay, so dot objects dot get, so we're gonna say transaction ID, so transaction ID, so transaction ID is equals to what, our payment intent what, ID, okay, payment intent ID, okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to add the dispute information to payment metadata, okay, so we're gonna say payment, so payment dot what, metadata, so payment metadata, so this one we need to have the dispute there, so dispute, so we need to do what, we need to add it here. So what we need to do, we're gonna say created that, so created that, so this one we're gonna say what, we're gonna say charge, so charge dot get, so then we're gonna say what, created like that, okay, so that is it. Then we're gonna have the status, so the status here will be what, gonna put it as open like that, okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, we need to have the reason, so the reason here, it will be what, we're gonna say charge dot get, so we need to get the reason, so but if it is not there, just pass what, the unknown, okay, so the unknown like that. So then we need to do it, so after doing that, now we need to save it, so we're gonna say payment, so payment dot what, dot save, so dot save here, we're gonna say the update fields, so the update fields, the ones that we need to update here, it is the metadata, so metadata, and also the updated at, okay, so updated at like that. So that is it. So then here you can just send the urgent notification to admin, and also you need to alert the consultant about the potential issue, and also we're gonna do what, compile the evidence for dispute. Okay, so this ones you can do it if you want. So then if our try phase, maybe this one is what, because of the payment does not exist. Okay, so payment does not exist, so this one we just need to logger. So we're gonna say logger, so logger dot warning. Okay, so dot warning here, gonna say what, payment not found for disputed charge. Okay, so disputed charge like this. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to use it. So we need to use it in our what, in our part here. So this one is what, so def like that. So then here we need to say that, so what we need to say here is what, we just need to handle dispute what, created. Okay, so we're gonna pass the event what, so the event data. Okay, so that is it. So then else if, so else if it is the, if the event type here, so if the event type it is what, I'm gonna say charge dot what, dispute, so dot dispute dot closed. Okay, so if it is closed here, we need to do what, we need to handle that one. So we need to come here below, we're gonna say what, so this one we just need to come here and we're gonna say def, so def here, so we're gonna say handle dispute, so handle dispute closed. Okay, like that. So then we're gonna pass what, the charge here, so the charge like this. So then we need to do what, so this one is called when the dispute is resolved, either won or lost. Okay, so the outcomes, one, you provided the sufficient evidence, so money returned. Then lost, customer wins, money permanently gone. So warning closed, so not actually disputed, just flagged. Okay, so that is it. So that is what we need to do here. So just need to try. So before we try, you just need to have what, need to have the documentation string here. So we're gonna say what, handle, so we're gonna say handle what, handle closed disputes. Okay, like that. So that is it. So we need to do what, we need to come here. So here gonna say what, so gonna say try. So what, after we try here, gonna say payment intent, so payment intent, payment, so payment intent, so payment intent id is equals to charge dot what, dot get. Okay, so what we need to get, it is the payment intent. Okay, like that. So then from there we're gonna say if we don't have the payment intent id, so if we don't have that, we just need to return, so just need to return there. So then from there we need to have the payment, so we're gonna say payment, so payment here is equals to what, we're gonna say payment, so payment dot what, dot objects, so dot objects dot get. So then we're gonna say what, transaction id, so transaction id, so transaction id is equals to what, payment intent, so payment intent id, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to update the dispute status. Okay, so we're gonna say if dispute, so if dispute here, so in the payment, so in the payment dot metadata, so if it is in the payment metadata, so you're gonna say payment metadata, so the payment dot metadata, so metadata, this one, so we need to get the dispute. Okay, so we're gonna get the dispute, then we need to get the status. Okay, so status like that one. So what we need to update to, we're gonna make sure it is what, closed. Okay, so that is it. So then we're gonna have the payment metadata, so payment metadata, so payment metadata here we need to do what, to say dispute, so dispute like this. So then we're gonna say close that, so closed at, so close that. So this one will be what, gonna say charge, gonna say is equals to charge, so charge dot get, so get, then we're gonna say created at. Okay, so created at, so created at, like that. So then the next thing, it is just to save it, so we're gonna say payment dot what, So payment.save, like that. Then you need to pass the updated fields. So the updated fields here will be what? It will be the metadata. So metadata, like that. Then from there gonna say updated that. So updated that, like that. Okay, so that is it. So then we can just log that one, dispute. Then you can notify the admin of outcome. If lost, consider refunding what? The consultant. Okay, so then, so if our try we face, you need to accept that exception. So accept, so this one can do what? Can be the payment. So payment does not what? Does not exist. So just need to logger here. So logger dot warning. Okay, so dot warning here gonna say what? Gonna say payment. So payment, so gonna say payment, so payment not found. Okay, payment not found for dispute closure. Okay, like that. So that is it. So now we need to do what? We need to use it in our what? In our method here. So just come here and you do what? Gonna say handle what? Dispute closed. So then we pass the event what? So the event data. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to make sure if it is not in the above, so just need to have else. So this will just, we just have the unhandled event type. So this is not an error, so just need to log it. Okay, so we're gonna say logger. So logger dot what? Info. So info, then we're gonna say what? So we're gonna say info here, gonna say unhandled. So unhandled, so unhandled what? So unhandled event type. Okay, so event, so event type like this. Then you're gonna say what? Gonna pass the event, so event type. Okay, so that is it. So then if our try phase, so if our try phase here, so just need to accept that exception. So just need to come here, gonna say accept exception. So accept exception as what? Exception as E. So this one we just need to return. So we need to return the HTTP response. So even though you can log if you want, so HTTP response, then the status will be, it will be 500, that is internal server error. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to now to return 200 to acknowledge receipt. Okay, so we need to come here. So then we need to do what? We need to return, so JSON, so JSON response. Okay, so this one we're gonna say status. So status here gonna do what? Gonna pass success. Okay, so that is it. So that is what? So let me save this one. So make sure that your webhook looks like this. Okay, so that we'll be able to use it. Okay, so this one we're gonna it will be of more important, so that's why we need it here. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to add now this one to our URLs. So we need to have the URLs here, so as usual, so we need to create them here. So we're gonna say URLs, so URLs dot what? Dot py. So the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna say from Django dot URLs, we need to import dot URLs. We need to import what? We need to import the path, like that. And also we're gonna say from this folder, so we need to import the views. Okay, and also we're gonna import the webhooks. Okay, so that is it. So we need to have the URL patterns, like that. So this one we're gonna have what? We're gonna say what? Gonna say the payment and endpoints. So payment endpoints. Okay, so the reason why I didn't stay to separate the two, where I have the payment endpoints and also the wallet, is because we are just handling them here, so we don't need to separate them. Okay, so because all of them, they involve payment. Okay, so for the summary, / there, then we're gonna say views. So views dot what? Get summary. So get payment what? Summary, like that. Then the name, we're gonna copy this one, just need to copy this one. Then we do what? We just say name. So name is equals to what? We're gonna put that one there. Then we're gonna put semicolon. We're gonna put a comma there. Okay, So the next one, it is what? It is our, so the next one, it is our what? It is our initiate. So then gonna say what? So here you need to say initiate. So we're gonna say initiate. So initiate like this. So then we need to do what? We need to have the views. So the views here. So the views dot what? Initiate payment. So initiate payment. So initiate payment there. Then the name. So the name here we're gonna do what? We need to use this one. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy that one. And before we continue, so let us first of all do what? So come here in the admin.py. So I need first of all to copy and paste what? The code for this part, okay? So make sure that your admin.py looks like this, so that it will be easier for us to be able to what? To see in the admin panel, okay? So make sure that you pass it like this, okay? So where you register your what? Your wallet transaction, like that. And also you register your what? So you register your payment, and also you register your wallet transaction, like that. Then you register your user wallet, okay? So make sure that it looks like that. So now I'm gonna copy this one, so that one. Then we're gonna have what? We're gonna have the name. So the name here, it will be what? It will be that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the next path. So the next path here, it is what? Our payments. So we're gonna say payments here. So payments, then we're gonna use the UUID. So then we're gonna say what? Payment what? Our payment. So payment ID, like that. So like this. So we need to put / there, and then we're gonna say views. So views dot what? Payment detail, okay? So like that. So I'm gonna copy this one. So then I'm gonna do what? So we're gonna come here and have the name. So the name is equals to what? Is equals to this one, okay? So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do after that one, so we need to have a comma, and also we're gonna have the path. So the path here, it will be what? Payments. So payments here, then we're gonna say what? We're gonna say views. So views dot what? User payments. So user payments, like that. Then we need to have the name. So the name, we just need to do what? So we just need to copy this one. Then we're gonna say name. So the name is equals to what? Is equals to that one. So the user payments. Then from there we need to have the path. So this one will be what? We're gonna say payments. So payments / then we're gonna have the UUID. So UID, then we're gonna have what? Payment ID. So payment ID here. So then we're gonna have the retry, okay? So / there. So then we're gonna say what? Views. So views dot what? Retry. So we're gonna say retry payment. So then the name, we're gonna copy this one. So then from there we just need to do what? We need to have the name. So the name is equals to what? Is equals to that one. So and should be what? And should be, so and should be in quotes. Then also this one should be path, not like that one. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the what? We need to have another path. So the path here, we're gonna say payments. So payments, then we're gonna say what? We're gonna say UUID. So then we're gonna say payment. So payment ID. So then from there, we're gonna say what? Refresh. Okay. So then / then we need to have what? We need to have the views. So views dot what? Refresh. Okay. So refresh payment status, okay? So that is it. So then we need to copy this one, so that it will be our name. So we're gonna say there, then we need to do what? We need to have a comma. So then we're gonna say name is equals to what? So name is equals to that one, okay? So that is it. So now the next one, it is what? The path here, gonna say, so the one that will be responsible for what? For the refund. So we're gonna say refund. So refund like this. So then we're gonna do what? So we're gonna say views dot refund payment. So refund payment like this. Then we need to copy this one. So we're gonna copy that one. Then we need to have the name. So the name is equals to what? Is equals to that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, it is what? So the next one is for the endpoints for the wallet. So we're gonna say wallet endpoints. So endpoints here, so we're gonna have the path. So the path here gonna say what? So the first one, you need to have the wallet, so wallet, then / balance. Okay, so then from there we need to do what? Gonna say views dot what? Wallet balance. Okay, so the wallet balance, so wallet balance like that. Then also we need to do what? We need to copy this one, so then we use it as a what? As a name here. So the name we just pass it here. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the path. So the path here, so we're gonna do what? We need to have the wallet, so we're gonna say what? We're gonna say wallet, then we're gonna have transactions, so transactions like that. Then we're gonna have what? Views, so views dot what? Wallet transactions. Okay, so wallet transactions. Okay, so then we need to copy this one, so like that. Then we do what? So then we need to have the name, so the name, then we're gonna paste it here. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the path. So the path here will be what? Wallet, so the wallet, then we need to have what? Add funds, so add funds like this, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do it is what? Views dot what? Views add wallet funds. Okay, so like that. Then also we need to have the name, so the name we just need to copy this one. So then you do what? Just say name is equals to what? Is equals to that one, so like that one. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the utility endpoints. So we're gonna say utility, so we're gonna say utility endpoints. So this one we just need to do what? We need to have the path. So here we're gonna say methods, so methods like that. Then we're gonna do what? We're gonna say views, so views payment methods, so payment methods, so payment methods like that. So then the name, so the name will be what? Our payment methods. Okay, so we're gonna just come here and I'm gonna put it here. Okay, so that is it. Now we need also to have what? We need to have the, so let me remove that one. So we need to have the what? We need to have the path for our webhooks. So we're gonna say webhooks, so webhooks. So remember this one, we're gonna use it a lot. So then from there we need to do what? We need to say webhooks, so webhooks, so webhooks. Okay, so webhooks dot what? Dot stripe, so dot stripe webhook. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to copy this one, so just need to copy this one, and then we do what? And then we use the name here, so the name will be what? To be that one. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to save that one. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to add the URLs to what? To our main URLs here. So we just need to come where? We need to come here in our URLs. So we have the consultations. Now we need to have what? We need to have the path. So the path here will be what? It will be API. So API, then we're gonna have the payments, so payments like that. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to do what? We need to include. Okay, so include what? So we're gonna include our payment, so our payments dot what? URLs. Okay, so that is it. So like that. Okay, so just need to do what? To have it like that. So that is the part for what? And also we need to confirm that we added what? We added it in our settings as we did in the previous session. So make sure that you have it here for the payment. Okay, so that is what we need there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to now to go to start working on our Flutter application. Okay, so now the main part we have covered. So make sure that you have mastered what you have done so far, so that it will be easy even for the front end. Okay, so let us go and start working on the front end.